Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Middletown School Committee meeting to order on Thursday, January 26th, 2023 at 3:33 p.m. All members are present. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. So this afternoon, we're going to begin with a workshop regarding our testing results, school rankings, and the Middletown High School Program of Studies.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce our Assistant Superintendent, who prepared an excellent presentation along with our building principals to describe our RICAS recent test results. There's so much information when you dig into not only the data portal, but there's so many aspects. We had someone from the Department of Ed come down and meet with our administrators this week to show us even more information so we can work with the data, share the data, work with our staff, and work with our parents. But I want to thank Michelle for preparing such a thorough report. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to walk you through the state assessment results today. What I want you to keep in mind as we go through is that these assessments, most were administered last spring. So these are the results of the 2022 assessments. We received them at the end of November, beginning of December. I gave you a preview at that time at that meeting, and these are sort of the updated results of all those assessments. So when we talk about the assessments, there are 5, and making sure everyone understands all the acronyms that go with these assessments. The one you've probably heard the most, the top left corner, is the RICAS assessment. That's given to every student in grades 3 through 8 in the state of Rhode Island. It's the Rhode Island Comprehensive Assessment System. Very much like MCAS, RICAS tests in English language arts and math. That ELA includes reading and writing. Then we also have the PSAT and the SAT assessments. You've probably heard of those as well. Those are given at the high school level, testing both that English and mathematics. We give that PSAT in 10th grade and SATs in 11th and 12th. We also have the Next Generation Science Assessment, which is given to 5th, 8th, and 11th graders. We often will refer to this assessment as the NGSA assessment, and that's definitely just tests the proficiency in science. Then the 2 at the bottom are specialties for certain subgroups. We have the Access assessment, and that's for our English language learners. That's given through K through 12 to all students who have been identified as English language learners. And we give that across 4 different domains: speaking, listening, reading, and writing. And then finally, we have our dynamic learning maps, and these assessments are administered to students with cognitive disabilities in grades 3 through 8 and 11. And we'll have those results for you as well. So there's a lot packed into state assessments. And just again, so you kind of see what we're reporting on versus what we will be taking soon, access assessments in ELL have just begun. So there is a lag in getting these results. So we are months behind getting them, and then therefore we're kind of going over them almost a year behind, when we took them. So just keep that in mind. The good news in that is we've probably made progress since what you see. So that is good news. And I'm going to start by taking you through just a quick snapshot and a profile of the district. You want to see green arrows on the left-hand side. You want to see that we've gone up from year to year. So as you can see, our RICAS in ELA and math, we have shown improvement. We've gone up 4% in ELA, and we've gone up 7.5 in math. The SAT, we did show improvement, and on the science, we showed improvement, both in the 3% range. Where we did not show improvement is SAT math. We actually went down a couple percents. And what I will say to this too is that we also realize that these proficiency ratings are not where we want them to be. So the goal for proficiency is usually 75%. These are well below that. So we're not in celebration of our proficiency levels, but we are celebrating the fact that they're going in the right direction. Also on the right-hand side, you see our participation rates. They're very good. So we want to make sure that your test is close to 100% as you possibly can. And as you can see, Middletown doesn't have a struggle with participation. We've done well in that respect. This is
Excuse me, Michelle,
yes.
do we pay for the PSATs? I noticed.
So this year, did we pay for the PSATs? No.
There's different versions. The PSAT, the state testing here is free of charge. The PSAT National Merit Exams are charges per student. So that was just come up at a previous meeting, and we did charge that as well.
Okay, so there's a difference between the national PSAT.
This is the school-based one.
Okay, I get you. Thank you.
Good question. This is a quick, and I know it's not large, but this is a quick snapshot of the proficiency by subgroups, because it's also really important to look at how our subgroups perform. And as you can see, there's certain subgroups that we definitely need to zero in on. We're going to talk a little bit more about those as we go through the presentation itself, but the differently abled group as well as the multilingual learners, those are two groups we're keeping our very close eye on. Those are subgroups that are not performing where we need them to be. So we are going to need to think about what types of supports we can put into place to support them. I do want to take a minute just to talk about proficiency and growth, because there's a big difference between the two. And the simplest way to look at it is that proficiency is a destination and growth is the journey that you're on. So when we talk about proficiency and growth, a lot of times we use the word achievement and progress. So proficiency is measuring you against a standard. There's a standard that everyone's measured against. And that's what RICAS and the science and PSAT and SAT will give you a proficiency score. The nice thing is that if you take it year to year, we also have a growth or a progress score on students. So there is a formula that can tell you whether or not students are making low growth, typical growth, or high growth. And obviously we want as many students making high growth or typical growth as possible. So there'll be another layer of information today that you'll see. You'll see that proficiency scale, which is what you see in the papers and what most states and newspaper articles might talk about proficiency of a district. But then there's the growth piece that often isn't talked about, but it's super important to understand how far our kids are coming and if they're coming far enough at all. So those two pieces will be discussed throughout the presentation. So I'm going to start with RICAS because that's a big one, grades 3 through 8 in ELA and math. And if I go too fast or you have questions along the way, please let me know. I just want to mention at the bottom, there are 4 achievement levels, proficiency levels for RICAS, and they're 1, 2, 3, 4. They start with not meeting, and then they go to partially meeting, meeting, and exceeding standard. So we really want our kids in the 3 or 4 range, meaning that they're meeting the expectation or exceeding. So when we talk about kids that are proficient, they have a 3 or a 4. Okay, so they can get a 1, 2, 3, or 4, but we want them in that 3, 4 range for proficiency. This is a slide that I showed you during our preview, and this is just some historical data over time. So that big hole in the middle is COVID year. So we did not take any state assessments that year. So you can see that there is just sort of an area where there's nothing. And you saw that we did take a dip between that 19 and that 21. That's when we had students on distance learning. That's when we missed some time out of school. And as you can see, the orange, we're taking it back in the right direction. So if you look at our overall scores, we're heading in the right direction upward. So ELA has gone up about 4% and math has gone up about 7.5%. And this is from the district lens. So this is a district view. This is overall grades 3 through 8. The other great thing to do is to compare our progress to the state progress. So on the left-hand side, the darker color is the state and the lighter color is Middletown. So if you look in the green chart, that chart would be the ELA scores. You can see we're a little bit above the state in ELA. And then you can see that in the last one is our year, 2022 is actually where we're at 38.4. where we have a good gap between the state and us, from 31 to 38. And then the blue would be the math. So our current standings in math are 29.7, and the state is at 26.9. This is absolutely nothing to celebrate. Proficiency in mathematics is an area that the entire state needs to look at. We are not where we need to be at all. So we know that this is an issue, and we'll talk about the kinds of things that the state is doing and that Middletown's doing to address that. It's also important to see performance levels. So I talked to you before about the 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we want kids in this chart, you want to see them in the yellow or the green. And as you can see, our green is tiny. So we don't have a lot of kids scoring in the 4, but we have lots of kids scoring in the 2s and the 3s. So what we want to see happen is we want to move that red bar. We want a lot of those kids to move into the yellow. And obviously, just like a tube of toothpaste, you kind of want to push all of those groups up. So you work really hard, even with the kids who are meeting standard, to push them to exceed, and the kids that are partially meeting to push them to meet. So this is sort of where we stand in ELA and math. Again, this is a district view. So you're looking at grades 3 through 8. And these are last year's grades. So you're looking at current students who are in 4 through 9, current students. And then you're also looking at proficiency by grade. And again, these are last year's grades. So although it says 3rd grade, those are your current 4th graders. And although it says 8th grade, those are your current 9th graders. So the blue is how they did in ELA, and the green is how they did in math. You can see some, outliers. The 4th grade scored above the 40% for proficiency in ELA. And then, of course, if you look at that 5th grade, which is now your 6th grade kids, they scored just above 20% for math. So those are cohorts or groups that you really want to keep an eye on, because they're not making that progress.
And the ELA curriculum went in a year ago?
So the ELA curriculum for K to 5 went in a year ago. 6 to 12 started after this test.
Okay.
And math will start next year. So yes, and it's going to take 3 to 5 years to see a significant change with the curriculum, but I still think we're trending in the right direction. But this allows us to watch cohorts. This
Mhm.
allows us to watch how kids are growing year to year. So you can compare a cohort to a cohort. There was that gap with COVID though. So we're starting to build again our graphs and being able to do some comparisons. This is a percent by school. So we broke it down by Aquidneck, Forest, GLA, and GMS. So you can see how the schools did in ELA and math. And you can see there's a difference by school. So you want to, again, as we begin to dig into this data, individual schools will have strengths and weaknesses that differ from one another. So really an examination into which subgroups are not doing well, which areas a school needs to work on, all of that should be dissected at the school level. And then again, keeping in mind that the kids that took it last year at Aquidneck and Forest are no longer in Aquidneck or Forest. They are at Gaudet Learning, which does make it a little hard for those elementary schools because they don't have the growth data to look at. And when we talk about growth data, this is what I'm referring to. These are my favorite charts because they really they tell a great story. So you want to see kids in the yellow or the red, which would mean that they're high growth or typical growth. And as you can see in ELA alone, you have 37.8% in the high and 35.5% in the typical, and only 27% of your kids are in the low growth in ELA. So that really means that a good chunk of your kids are making typical or high growth in ELA. And the same is true in math. Even though our proficiency scores are not where we want them to be and they're low, we have growth that's happening 3 through 8 in math. And that's important because that means that students I might be a student in 5th grade and I might be doing ELA or math on a 3rd grade level. And I could grow a whole year and my proficiency scores would still be not where they need to be, but my growth would be high growth. So this is nice that we have this view to see that our kids are making that progress. So we rely a lot on the growth charts. And you'll be able to see these in any of our testing that we do for multiple years at a time. Going to move right into the SAT and PSAT, kind of combine these a little bit, but this is the slide that we showed you during our preview. And as you can see, it tells a little bit of the same story as the RICAS, which is that the ELA is a stronger point than the math. But even on the ELA for the high school with the SAT and the PSAT, we're seeing a higher proficiency rating than we are on the RICAS. So that's great news. We're up 3.9% in ELA for the SAT. Unfortunately, we're down about 2% on the SAT math. And again, you've got a group that came in that missed part of their high school experience. So, there's a lot of factors that kind of play into this, but we're going to take it for where they are and look at building them up. We do have some growth data on this as well that might help. But before that, we're just going to look at a quick snapshot of the state. And as you can see, the state took a little bit of a dip, but it has continued to sort of go down in the ELA, but we're pulling up. So you can see we dipped a little in 21, but we're back close to 60% proficient in 22. And that is excellent. So 60% proficiency, we're working towards that 75% proficiency rate. This is something to celebrate on the SAT level for the high school, and really to celebrate for the whole district, because the work that's done from K all the way to 11th grade, you see it as a result right here. We don't have the same story in math. We do have a little bit more of a struggle hitting that just 32.4%. We did take a little bit of a drop in the math area. But again, the state is also suffering in the math area, and there's a close examination statewide for math curriculum and adopting math curriculum that's high quality curriculum. You know that we're investigating that right now. And those are the kinds of things that need to happen for us to really start to see some changes in math instruction and achievement. This is PSAT, so I'm kind of rolling right in. This is a slide that you've seen during our preview, but just as a reminder, with the PSAT, we're up 4% in ELA, and we're up 1.3% in math. So there was an increase, but again, the story is the same, that ELA is at a more solid place, and they hit the 75% target. So it should say PSAT on the right-hand side, but that's PSAT has hit the target for 75%. Here's the state comparison. You can see that Middletown, which is the lighter color, has been and continues to be above the state. The state this year was at 59.2%, and we are at 75%. And then here's the math. Again, it's looks like a struggle statewide, but state average is about 29.2, and we're at 32.7% proficient in mathematics, which is an area we all know that we need to focus on. But here's those growth charts. So it's ironic because you know how high our growth was, our proficiency was in SAT, but we had 30% with low growth. So about 70% had that typical or high in the ELA. And then we had the low growth of 24% in math. And then we have the typical and high somewhere around 75%. Again, it's good. I mean, the yellow and the red really show that our kids are having that typical or high growth. And that's what we want to see. We want to continue to grow that yellow area. We want as many kids to make the highest growth they can in a year. That's gonna be what catches our proficiency up. So those growth skills are super important. And the only reason we can only see them on SATs is because that's the one they do the comparison for.
And a lot of folks don't focus in on that growth piece. And it's important for us as a school, as a classroom, as a district. We focus on that journey that Michelle said for the growth.
And a lot of the local assessments that we do at the district level, you're going to see, that's what principals and teachers look at. They look at the amount of growth that's happening between one assessment time and the other. So our assessments run 3 times a year versus this is once a year, but we want to see growth during each assessment. This next one is the NGSA, that science assessment. We have a pretty good story going here as far as a steady climb. So even though there was COVID year, we did not have a dip. And again, this is grades 5, 8, and 11 that take the science. So over the years, there's been a steady climb. We're right about 40% students proficient, but again, aiming for that 75%. And here's where we fall as far as the performance levels. We have that bigger green area, you'll notice, than we saw in ELA and math. So we have a lot more kids that are exceeding in science, which is something to celebrate. And then we have a smaller area of meeting. You see that red is really large. That's the group that we'd really like to see push up. And of course, that blue, we'd like to push them up as well to the red area. So we're going to hope that the blue gets smaller and the red gets smaller and the yellows and the greens get bigger as we go along.
I like the tooth.
Yeah, like a toothpaste.
Yes.
Squeeze it up.
On NSGA, NGSA. Can you, what does that mean?
Next Generation Science Assessment,
Thank you.
NGSA. And that's 5, 8, and 11. Here's where we are by grade. You're going to notice that there's the strength is in the 5th and the 8th grade cohorts right now. That 11th grade cohort was a little bit lower. And that could be post-COVID as well. So, but our 5th and 8th grade had a stronger proficiency. Here's a comparison with the state. Unfortunately, on this graph, Middletown's on the left. So sorry to confuse you. Just want to make sure you're all paying attention. Middletown's on the darker side for this one. So you can see we're at 40, the state's at 30. So it's a good place to be, but we of course aren't settling. Next year will be the investigation of our science curriculum, and we will be investigating and then adopting the following year. So we have work to do in science as well.
Have they added more curriculums? Wasn't there just one?
Not yet. They're
Not
still
yet.
working on adding more. The next one is our access testing. Again, this is for our ELL population. I wanted you to know that this year we have about 185 students. 196 were assessed last year at this time. So they're assessed a little bit differently. They're given a level. And obviously at the very beginning level is that entering level. Those students have very little ability to speak any word of English. Where at that reaching level, they're bridging and reaching, they're just about able to exit out of that L work. So you wanna have kids that are, they might come to you at a 1, you want them to slide up very quickly over time. As you can see, we have a lot of kids at that developing area, but we also had a lot in that entering area. So this was last year's group. A lot of these kids are still with us. A lot of them are still with us. I'm going to show you where they are right now. Actually, I'm going to go to this one first. So this is where they're sitting right now. And I know there's a lot of numbers on here, so let me just kind of walk you through. First of all, in the yellow at the bottom, there is a time requirement that's part of a state legislation that basically says, if you have L students, this is how much time they should be serviced. Okay. On the right-hand side, all the way to the right, you're going to see how many additional teachers we actually should have in order to be in compliance with that mandate. So at Aquidneck alone, there are 23 kids at level 1, 9 kids at level 2, 11 at level 3, and 5 at level 4. The number of teachers that is required of those levels is 4 teachers. We currently have 1.4 at Aquidneck, so we'd need an additional 2.6 to address that. And as you look across the schools, you're going to see that we are down a necessity of teachers. So one of the drastic places is Aquidneck and the high school. So the high school has students across like 16 at that level 1, 4 at 2, 15 at 3, and 5 at level 4. The teachers that are required for their service time are 3, and we currently have a 0.4 there.
Are these positions that are not filled, any of them, or are they positions that aren't budgeted, aren't in the budget, you know?
Not
No,
in the
Not in the
budget.
budget. So none of them are positions that just aren't filled. No.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but when the governor did his budget, this was a big dollar amount that he's putting out there for ELL students. So hopefully this money will trickle down to us to be able to fill these positions.
No, you'll wait later on and we're short $500,000 in state aid.
But that was a big part of his budget, that he was gonna support ELL students, and we're not getting that to support these
We're
numbers.
getting some, but overall, we're down $500,000.
Wow.
And what do you mean when you have a 0.6, 0.4?
Good question. So we do have, between Forest and Aquinic, a teacher that travels. So she goes, between the Forest and Aquinic school. The 0.4 at MHS is also a director, so he's only teaching 0.4 of the time. So that's why they're split. And then we have one ELL teacher that's between Gaudet and GLA. So, I mean, really to do it right, we need an additional at least 9 more teachers to be following. And that's because, like, if you just look at the first bullet, anybody who's entering and beginning level, they must receive a minimum of 3 periods of ELL instruction a day. 3 periods, because really a lot of those kids don't speak any English at all. So you've got to have a teacher that supports their learning until they emerge, till they develop, and then the supports lessen as they go up. But we're not providing that, so it's very hard. If we go back to the slide in front of this, these are how many kids were able to exit. So each year, as kids go up that continuum, we're able to exit them. So last year we did exit 16 kids, which is great. We'd like to see us exit a lot more than that. But as you can see, I mean, these teachers work tirelessly to support these L learners, and a lot of our L learners, like especially in the lower grades, I mean, they're sponges, they absorb, and they do really well with the supports from the regular classroom as well. So they're getting their L support from their L teacher, but they're also getting classroom instruction and support at that developmental level. So kids are learning phonics, kids are learning to read. Kindergarten, they're learning a lot of social skills, so they're practicing speaking and listening. So those are students too that get a lot of extra from the classroom. But at the high school, we were able to exit 5, the middle school 4, GLA 5, and Aquinic and Forest each had 1 last year. So a total of 16. But you can just look at our enrollment of Ls. I mean, we've been climbing every year. I can remember when I was first here, we had 10 in the district, if not that, 10 total students. But now we're
Mostly War College who would leave.
right. Now we have students who are here every year that aren't going anywhere. They're part of our community, and we're nearing the 200 range with students. So it's a population that a subgroup that comes up very often in our testing, and one that we really need to pay some attention to and think about how we're going to support them. One of the ways without hiring staff is to train existing staff to support them. It's one of the things we've been doing, but there's really a need for more people, more bodies, more time on learning with them. We invite them to the Beyond the Bell program and offer them additional learning opportunities, but it definitely needs to happen during the school day too. Any other questions about those? I'm going to ask Sarah Krager to come up and just give us some overview of the DLM, which is the assessment that our students with cognitive disabilities takes.
So the dynamic learning maps are for students, it's about 1 to 2% of Middletown public schools population. In fact, that's how it is for the whole state too, 1 to 2%. The students who qualify for this assessment have an alternative curriculum. They do not follow the Common Core state standards. However, they do have standards called the essential elements, and those are the essential elements actually of the Common Core state standards. Students who take these tests take them in the same years as RICAS, PSAT, and SAT. Same years and at the same time during the school calendar as well. So we just have the last 2 years here of the dynamic learning maps. Prior to it being dynamic learning maps, there was another alternative assessment. It was more portfolio based, but these are really focusing, like I said, on the essential elements. So you can see between 21 and 22, both in ELA and math, we had some significant increases at students performing at target or advanced. But I can certainly tell you, Michelle already talked about COVID for the 98% of our students and how that impacted them. The students' curriculum, this 1 to 2%, is really a hands-on curriculum, often life skills based. So when they were home on the computer, it was a very difficult, it was a challenge to meet their needs. So you can see with just having them back in a year, how much growth they've made. I think it was just one slide, wasn't it? Oh, and that was the science, right?
Oh,
Sam?
that
Yeah,
should
yep,
be science, I
yep,
think.
yep. So it was
Yep.
ELA, math and science.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so star ratings. Every school is given a star rating based on some of the elements of what I just showed you, which would be the proficiency ratings, growth ratings. I'm going to sort of take you through why Rhode Island does this, and then each principal is sort of just going to come up and let you know what's going on at each one of their schools. So these are the things that sort of combine for Rhode Island to give you this accountability system. They have performance measures like those assessments we just showed you that give you a star rating, and then they want our schools to use that to improve their schools and set up plans to improve the schools. So every school gets a report card, and that's a digital report card online where they are measuring performance. So this is what they use to measure our performance. These basic 3 areas: academic performance. So you're going to see that word achievement and the word growth. You're going to see ELL proficiency and science. And then under student success, they look at student absenteeism, teacher absenteeism, suspension rate, and how many are in that exceeds expectation section. So, we talk about that number 4. We saw that it was little with the ELA and the math, and then it was bigger with science. You get points for having kids in that exceeds range. And then for some of our schools, that graduation rate with the high school or commissioner's seal post-secondary success would go into that college and career readiness. I'm going to sort of show you what each of these means. If you get a 5-star rating, it's strong performance on all indicators. 4-star, generally strong performance. 3 is some areas of weakness. 2 is weakness at the overall school level. And 1, the lowest performance in terms of achievement. So we all would love to see 5 stars, but we're working towards that. The thing that's difficult to sort of grasp for some of us is that you're only as good as your weakest star. So you could get all 5 stars in most areas, but if you get a 2-star somewhere, you are a 2-star. Okay, so if you look at this example, they have 2 things in 4 stars. They have 2 scores in 3 stars, but because they have a 2-star, this sample school would be a 2-star school. So you're only as weak as you're only as strong as your weakest star is the way I like to think about it, which is difficult. When you're looking at achievement and growth, then yes, but when you're looking at some other pieces, then you wonder if it should have the same weight. So I think you're going to hear that from all of us. But in any case, we would like to start presenting our stars to you. So this is a Quinnick school, and I'm going to have Principal Bulk come up. A Quinnick school is a 3-star school. So she's kind of going to give you some of the highlights of a Quinnick.
So just like Michelle said, we're only as good as our lowest star. So I'll start with the higher star because I plan to be a 5-star school in the upcoming years. So I think something really to celebrate at our school, Quinnick has done a huge turnaround on our L population. I think when I started in 2019, I had a little handful, and now I have 50 students, and that is our highest star rating. So we really worked on making sure with the limited staff that we have that all of our students are seen every day by the L teacher, and they're really working on it. Not only to see the L teacher in that isolated room, but also for our teachers to work on it in the classroom. I think one positive that we have is quite a few of our Ls, this third grade class that we have right now I came in with them for kindergarten. So it's wonderful to see that they started kindergarten with me, didn't speak one word of English. And now we have about 18 of them in third grade, and some of them are outperforming our English speaking students. So they've really come a far way from kindergarten. Another great thing is, I have an issue with this with the state, but I'm going to swallow it. The absenteeism, we got 4. I think this one was a hard one for me to swallow because during last year we were asked to quarantine 10 days, 14 days. So if you had someone in your house sick and you had siblings, sometimes they were gone for 20 days. Well, here we are around at that 21.8, and we're supposed to be at less than 18. So to me, that one was a hard one. We were telling people to stay home, and our families really followed that. And I think that allowed us to be open and all of that. RICAS, we're working on it. I will say that this group that are the current 4th graders now, I think a hard part for them is that they missed 16 weeks of 1st grade. So when we went on distance learning, our RICAS scores were higher last year, but they missed 16 weeks of 2nd grade. Well, you already know how to read in 2nd grade. When you're missing 16 weeks of 1st grade, you don't know how to read. And then that next cohort, they stood out. We had a whole class stay out for their 2nd grade year. So they did the 16 weeks plus a whole year on distance learning. So that does make a difference when we're working on that. Looking at our RICAS scores, we at Aquidneck really don't have a reading issue. Our reading is around 60%. We have a writing issue. All our teachers have been trained in the science of reading. We're definitely seeing that implemented in the classrooms. But we are now starting, I think February 15th, we're all starting our writing class. So I think it's a big issue that we're tackling as a school-wide of what does writing look like. And when you look at the RICAS and the release items, our kiddos are having a hard time, I think, more with reading the directions and knowing what they're asking of them. A big one for 3rd grade is, they give you a story to read and they say, finish the story with what you learned from the characters. And our kids read it and they either write a totally different story or they summarize what they read. So really teaching them how to take a test, because it is the first time they're taking a big statewide test like that in reading. And another thing I think with RICAS is that they really need to work on persevering. We at the elementary level do a lot of like small group, and if you don't know something, you come up to the teacher and we reteach, but then we say, okay, for 4 days you take RICAS and we can answer one question for you. So I think it's a combination of things. Do we have things to work at? Absolutely. Same thing with math. I think I'm heading the K-5 math task force, and we've really been looking at where things fall in the curriculum compared to when we take the test to make sure those core standards are being covered before we're taking the test at each of the levels. So we definitely have some work. I have no doubt we can be 4 or 5, but we just have work to do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So here's Forest Avenue School, also a 3-star school. Gonna have Principal Burkett come up.
Hey, everybody. So obviously I have the same population in terms of our 3rd graders who missed 16 weeks of 1st grade. So, and for our schools at Aquidneck, our achievement is only based on 1 grade. It's only 3rd grade, and then they move on. So these kids that we see with the RICAS, we don't see them anymore because now they're up at Gaudet. But one thing I'd like to point out, our ELA somewhat stayed about the same at 34.7. It was about the same from this year to the year before, but our math, although 27.4 is not anything to jump up and down about, the year before it was 19.3. So we did go up over 8 percentage points. So that really is something to celebrate. Do we have work to do? Of course we do. But that still is a positive for me. We have had quite a bit of growth. Oh, Michelle, you did get it circled.
I did. did.
We were not under the English language proficiency, where we scored a 5. 68% of our English learners met their target growth. And that is something as a principal that is what I preach to all of my teachers, that we all start somewhere, right? Some people start here and some people start here, but it's like kind of how much you grow. And although the testing doesn't always prove that, our 3 times a year testing really does. So we are really making some really nice growth there. Something else I found really interesting about the particular group of students that took RICAS last year, we had 66 students who took the RICAS. And of those 66, 30 of them, which these are on the right-hand side where it says more than one group, low performing subgroups, 30 of those students were economically disadvantaged out of 66, and 22 students have IEPs, are students with disabilities. I mean, by definition, you only qualify for special education services if your disability impacts you academically. So I don't really need RICAS or any tests to prove to me that the students are struggling academically. We already know that. So it's not, I mean, that's a third of the students that took RICAS last year who have IEPs. But overall, and it's not here, but we are doing really great things in ELA based on all of the new curriculum. And these students only had that curriculum for like 4 or 5 months before they took it. I would love to see where these students are as they continue to move forward with that new curriculum piece, as we won't see it for 3 to 5 years, but we do have work to do, but we're working super hard at Forest, and our individual scores really show it.
Can you share some of the positives about the new curriculum?
For the
For the
ELA.
Yeah.
So one piece this year, so the new curriculum we put in last year, and all of the teachers had to take the science of reading. And at the beginning, the way the new curriculum was set up was that it followed the science of reading. And some teachers were saying, I don't understand. This is not usually how like the sequence goes. And as they took the course, so many of them came to me and said, oh, I get it now, because now I see how it aligns. So that education piece, which Michelle, they didn't have to be until this year, right? The entire state.
Yeah, actually next year,
2023.
but we just pushed it. Yeah.
So look, we're a little bit ahead. So having that education piece in addition to the new curriculum was great. Now, with that being said, this year we added the DIBELS, which is essentially like a dyslexia screener. That piece, coupled with all the science of reading knowledge, teachers that are getting Orton Gillingham certified and all these, you can see the impact it has. It won't show here, but I would love to share with you our DIBELS data that we did in September and we just took now. The amount of growth that these students have made is really incredible. I mean, at Forest, we work so collaboratively that I think that's a big piece of it too. The reading specialists work with the teachers. What are you working on? This is what I'm working on. Then we have branching minds. Everything's in one place. Kind of all the pieces together are helping to make it successful. It's been really great. Come in and watch its English lesson someday. Come in. It's been great. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks, Lisa.
Moving on to GLA, also 3 stars, but lots to celebrate too. I'm gonna have, oh, here she is, Principal Silvera.
So same thing kind of with Aquidneck and Forest, we have our new ELA curriculum that we've implemented this past year, and then we're in year 2. And we're seeing great things happen. So I'm looking forward to them taking the test this year. So our ELA and math, our target rate obviously is 75%, and we were at 40.5 for ELA and 25.7 for math this year, which put us into that 3-star range. But again, we're working towards I've implemented a win block, which is what I need block. And so that is where teachers work really hard with, 30 minutes with students to provide interventions to help close some of those COVID gaps. And so I'm really excited to see this year how our scores change, because I'm hoping that some of those gaps are going to be filled and students will see that. Our growth is really something to celebrate. We have 69% of our students made typical or high growth. So really exciting for both ELA and math. That's something that we were very happy to see. We also, our English language learners, we have a high population of English language learners at GOD-A. And as Michelle mentioned, we only have a teacher that works with them 0.5 at the time. So our students make large growth, and we are able to, we got the 4 stars there. Our absenteeism, last year, 21.9% of our students were considered chronically absent. And same thing as Erica had mentioned from Aquidneck, we still have those COVID absences, which unfortunately affects it. And parents are being very cautious of, if their child has, some symptoms, they're being cautious to not send their students to school to get anybody else sick. So those are, we're still working on that. This past year, Mr. Niemeyer and I did some challenges, like an attendance challenge for tardies, because we really wanted families to get students to school on time, because even those minutes that they miss really does affect some of their learning. And so we put that into place to really help to kind of work on that. We also have, you'll see for our 5-star, we got exceeds expectations for our absenteeism, and then also for our number of low performing subgroups. So our special ed students are really making appropriate growth. So that is something very much for us to celebrate.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll have Principal Niemeyer come up for GOD-A Middle.
How are you, everybody? Couple things to highlight here. Participation rates were at 99% for GMS. The target's 75. So that's something we pride ourselves on, making sure all kids are tested. GMS proficiency rates were at 37.5% for English language arts and 30% for math. 3-star range, certainly room to improve there. I would like to note that English language arts, we've improved 7% over the last year and 9% in math. With another 9% in the science test too, which isn't up here right now. That'll be considered next year in the new metrics when they get that worked in there. 48% of our English language learners met their target growth in English proficiency, which is tremendous. We have a large population at GMS and GLA. 4.1% exceeded expectations in ELA and 3.4 in math. That gives us a little extra gravy when they're calculating the points here. Super important there. I would say probably one area of need for us and something that we're working hard on this year is attendance. We had over half our kids were chronically absent last year. And again, there's COVID plays into that. I think there's other issues, something we need to consider as a, truancy officer, and how do we work these processes in to keep, we have a lot of supportive things in line, but we kind of hit a dead end at some point. So that's something we've been working through at the school right now. As you know, if kids aren't in their seats, they're not learning. So attendance is up this year. We have a lot of things in place for that. We have a lot of great strategies in place for both English language arts and math, obviously the curriculum that Michelle talked about, but we also have, similar to what Ms. Silvera said, we have a structured block at the end of our day called a Thrive block, where kids are getting targeted interventions from their teachers. So the teachers have come up with plans, they're regrouping kids, they're giving them exactly what they need, and they're kind of just very specific and targeted interventions. So we're optimistic for next year. We hope we continue on this trajectory based on our universal screener that we use within the district. We've passed basically where we were last year. So we're optimistic, and we're going to keep working towards that. So I think as we continue to refine things like our MTSS process, which is our new Branching Minds program, these structures that we have in the school, I think we're on a, I'd like to believe that we're going to continue this trajectory. So optimistic for sure.
Thank you.
Trying to be quick just because I know people are starting to file in here.
Yeah. Dr. Heath, come on up for the high school.
Hi, everyone. So in reporting out on the high school's data, I think it's really important to first look at, 2 stars was the lowest score in the district. And it's something that me and my team have poured over for the last month and a half since the scores have come out. We've sliced and diced the data in a million different ways. And I think it's really important to say first and foremost that there's no way Middletown High School should be a 2-star school. that's unacceptable, and it's something that I think we own at the high school level. And I think we really need to make sure that as a district and as a school in general, we're really looking closely at the things we need to do to get out of this 2-star range, and to support ourselves to get it back up to the 4 or 5-star area, which is where we should be. Second off, I think it's really important before we start sharing the highlights. As I said, I'm kind of a no excuse guy. So there's a really, important thing that we need to look at locally and at the building level to make sure that we're raising our scores in the near future. But there are some metrics that I think are just really important to bring up. The most important of which is any school in the state of Rhode Island, any high school in the state of Rhode Island that registered a score for English language learners was either a 1 or a 2-star school, which I think is an embarrassment as a state. And I do want to say that publicly. If a school had more than 20 students that were speaking English as a second language, every single one of those schools, charter or public, was a 1 or 2-star school. So schools like Barrington, which was the only 5-star school in the state, they don't have 20 English language learners in Barrington at Barrington High School, so they don't register a score. East Greenwich doesn't either. North Kingstown is usually a top 5 school in our state. They're a 2-star school because they do have more than 20 Ls. They're the only top 5 school perennially in the state that did drop from a 4 to a 2 because they registered an L score. So even as local to us as Tiverton's a 3-star school. They did not register an L score. They did not make the 20 mark. So I know that that's a conversation around the state amongst principals, and that we did bring up with a conversation at an admin council meeting yesterday at RIDE, but I think that's an egregious oversight on the state's behalf, especially if we do have a commissioner and things that are trying to champion EL instruction in our state. Owning that we need to be better here locally in Middletown, I think is important, but I think state resources, state aid, and state attention needs to be paid if every school registering more than 20 kids has 2 stars or less. That's unacceptable, I think, and that needs to be highlighted. That being said, definitely some good takeaways on the data. Our participation rates in state testing were 98% or above. You can see that the state's target was 75%, so we well exceeded that. Also, our proficiencies in ELA, specifically at 60%, is something to be lauded, something to be proud of. 32% for math is something that we've continued to work on and have worked on since the last 3 years that I've been here. But those stars together, or those scores, together, you can see put us in the 3-star range. Speaking specifically down to the English language learners, you can see one of the things that's been difficult for us. 27% of English language learners met their target growth in English proficiency, which is something that we need to target and improve upon. Similar to GMS with Principal Niemeyer, chronic absenteeism is something that we do need to look at the high school level. 42% is where we're at. To give you an idea of how that compares to local surrounding suburban districts, Portsmouth is at 22% chronically absent. Tiverton is at 32%. We're at 42%, and Rogers High School is at 46%, which also aligns pretty closely, not percentage wise, but in that rank order, to graduation rates in the area. So those are almost exactly parallel in that field. You also see that 17% of students exceeded expectations for ELA and 6% exceeded expectations for math, which may not seem like a lot, but is compared to state averages. And then the low performing subgroups, and that's why I kind of opened with our EL takeaways in population. I think we really need to focus as a district on, for me, there's a personal and a professional component to this. The professional component is the quantitative metrics that we're looking at right now. And how do we increase a star score? But I think it's important not to lose the students and the learners in that process as well. And that's where it comes into the personal realm for me. So from a professional perspective, Michelle brought it up earlier in the presentation. The recommended state average for beginner EL students is 3 hours of instruction a day. Currently at Middletown High School, our lowest remedial EL learners get 2 to 4 hours a week, averaging 2 hours a week, which is nowhere near enough.
And 16 of those students are at the 1 level.
Yep. And then to that end as well, when you consider those are classes, sheltered classes for EL instruction, and run the gamut of math, English, social studies, and just life skills. But then when that student leaves and goes to next period in algebra, they're learning algebra in 100% English. And it's important to note that when we talk about our EL students, I think it's easy to think of ELs as or L students in the perspective of this student speaks Spanish, or this student speaks Portuguese or Arabic. But some demographics that we deal with in a really difficult way are unaccompanied youth at the high school who either don't have a parent or are here with somebody who's not their parent or don't have a stable housing. We also have students who don't read or aren't literate in their home language. So there are students at the high school that cannot read in Spanish, but they speak Spanish. So reading in English is a far goal. We also have students that we don't have a translator in the district right now due to funding and difficulties. So even communicating with these students, if we don't have a Spanish teacher around, is extremely difficult. And then I think the third component of that is we do receive a significant amount of students that transfer in from other districts, particularly Newport, that transfer in 11th grade, and they're extremely far off graduation pace. And we have 1 year with, say, an 18-year-old student who has 3 credits, and what ends up happening is we then take on their demographic information for that. The other component of that is the personal side, as I said before, speaking a lot to the metrics. And the reason is, if I can digress for a minute, when we look across the different categories here, the lack of support that we're providing our Ls hurts in a lot of different areas. It's not just the 2-star area. If you look and you were able to cycle through the data in the presentation I shared, I think has a link to the data in a little bit more depth from the high school level. You can see that our lowest performing students on state testing are either non-majority students, Hispanic students, and L students specifically, that have a hard time passing those tests to proficiency, and that's something we get knocked for on the data. I think additionally, graduation rate, our biggest non-graduators are students that qualify for English language learning services. You go all the way across to Diploma Plus credentials. Another complaint I have with the state, but also in general, we have to consider if students have EL services throughout the day, that's 1 period less that they have to take CTE courses. If a student is special education and EL, that's 2 periods less. When you add in math, English, social studies, and science, that student now has only 1 period left to do something as they wish during the school day. To get a diploma cross credential and use that period to do high-level engineering or computer science or biomedical work is extremely difficult. So difficulty with English language learners enrolling in those courses hurts us in our star rating. And then finally, the low performing subgroups speak for themselves. You can see it listed on the board there. Our low performing subgroup is our English language learners. So again, not to put blame on English language learners in any way, shape, or form. I think as a district, we really need to focus on supporting these students. We'll get a ton of bang for our buck if we do across all of these areas. And then I said from the personal perspective, sitting with students that are at risk and having, a Spanish teacher come in or the family homeless liaison come in and be the translator and really shrugging shoulders and not having supports to provide them. That's a tough meeting to have. And we've had a lot of them, in the last month and a half to 2 months, where we really don't have the resources at the moment to support the kids to the level that they need to be supported. So I think that's important.
At the high school level, we need to be creative.
Mhm.
Is it a teacher or is it like an academic coach that would work with these students to make sure their homework is done, make sure, whatever it takes to get them might not be direct instruction, although that certainly we need that. But in addition to that, is that academic coach to make sure that we're meeting their needs.
Great. And I think that in closing to Ms. Krager's point, and I think it even carries over into, areas like mathematics at the high school. One of the big reasons why our ELA scores are far higher than mathematics is because we do have EL supports. We have EL interventionists, reading interventionist, or one specifically, who does an excellent job at supporting our lowest performing students and getting them to proficiency with reading and reading at grade level and things of that nature. We don't have anything like that in mathematics. So the struggling students in mathematics, there is no, support classes offered. We do the best we can with the resources that we have. And you can see the results of not having those lower level performing students supported the way that they need to be supported. They stagnate essentially in their learning, and then it goes much slower. So I think, it's difficult in the budget climate that we're in, where we're trying to fund core classes at this point. We have an English department that doesn't have any English electives, and to speak about supports in this nature, now you're getting into the fringe components because we have to offer an educational program first. And I think what we're seeing is the result of not having those supports built in. And again, not by lack of trying, but the lack of supports built in clearly show at what we're looking at with our star rating. So again, I'm not a person for excuses, definitely things, valuable data that we can look at through these 2-star ratings to improve as a school and as a district. But then I think there's also a bigger narrative that we need to share. And we need to be loud at the state level, and we need to also explore the solutions of the towns around us and the communities around us near and far to figure out how we can collectively make this better. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Nice job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you to all principals. As you can see, they're working really hard on all areas to try to boost our achievement and work with those subgroups. I'm just going to take us through the rest of this presentation rather quickly. I just kind of want to go over what the data tells us and why it really matters. So with the ELA, as I said, we're not happy with our proficiency ratings in the RICAS area, but we certainly have something to celebrate in the SAT. We also are happy with those growth rates, but we also know that students who do not read by 3rd grade are 4 times more likely to drop out of high school than those that do. So having students read by 3rd grade is our ultimate goal, and we've really got to work a lot harder on that level in order to get them to a proficiency, so we see results all the way up. So that's one of the major goals that we have. And also, we know that to increase our scores, we need to stay on the path with our new curriculum, with PD for our teachers, making sure that we have interventions for our students before, after school, during school, and that, we have to implement with fidelity. So we all have to stick to this path in ELA. And like I said, K-5 implemented last year, 6-12 started this year. It's just the beginning. But we've got to give it some time and support teachers as they go through. The hard thing is that for many elementary teachers, a new curriculum's coming at them, another new curriculum next, which would be mathematics. Taking us to the math page, we know that students who do well in math tend to do better in school. So we want our kids much more proficient in mathematics. We are happy with that growth that we saw, but the proficiency level certainly needs to increase. We have to implement that new Tier 1 curriculum. We'll be bringing you our choices sometime in April, May, and you'll be voting on adopting that curriculum. We would be ordering it late spring. Hopefully it'll come in the summer. Implementation would begin in the fall, K-12 with professional development for all the teachers in mathematics. And we have no math intervention support K-12 right now. So although we have L teachers, although we have reading interventionists, we do not have math intervention. So it's really something you're going to hear when we talk about budget. You hear about those L teacher increases, and you're also going to hear about that need for the math intervention. And I'm sure you'll hear it at all levels, because it's one of the ways that we can certainly boost proficiency and growth. In science, we know this is another area that will come quickly right after our math implementation. The science will be the following year. We will be investigating science materials and implementing new science. We have to make it a strong focus. It's an important area of our core instruction. So we need to make sure that we're aligning, especially at the lower level, aligning ELA to science and social studies. And we like the increases we're seeing, but we know that we have a lot of work to continue that. Those proficiencies in those testing grades 5, 8, and 11 as we go through science. We're moving forward though, plowing through, and glad that we've seen an increase after COVID, putting those Tier 1 interventions in place. I think that a lot of us want to see improved transitions between our grades. We're working on that. We're working on digital supports. We're working on, I think you might have heard Branching Minds, which is our data warehouse online, where we can prepare goals and plans for our students who need them. And we've been training all of our teachers in the Right to Read structured literacy approach. Every single teacher in the district has either had proficiency or awareness training. That's not due until next year, but we actually have 95% of our teachers already through it. So, and we've got to continue with that L support, some more professional development for the staff. And we know interventions are key. So you heard some of the principals talk about how they stop their day and have intervention time for their students. And I think that's key, because there's a lot of things that students need to focus and work on as we move forward. And schools will continue to dig into the data and look at ways in which we can improve. But just keep in mind, these assessments will be given in a few short months. And we'll have all new data for you after that as well. And as a reminder, I just put in here, these are the goals of Rhode Island's LEAP task force. They did a study after COVID and sort of said that if you do these priorities, they would help accelerate student learning and move our systems forward. And Middletown has been committed to these things. So we certainly are committed to these 5 and screening all of our students, doing common assessments, working on those transitions between schools, between grades. Even as students come into kindergarten, we're doing stronger transition time for them, and just closing that digital divide. I know that IT has been working hard to make sure that all our students have one-to-one, and our teachers' technology is at their fingertips when needed. So we're trying our hardest to really light the fire and move us forward. So we're coming off on a rebound from COVID for sure. And I know that was a lot. And I know I want to thank our principals and you all for your time and listening, but that concludes. I did put a link in here. You can get to the RIDE data portal where you can access any of the scores and dig deep in there. And then if you have any further questions, I'm happy to answer those. Probably, I know that we have students waiting, so we can probably push that off a little bit.
To the students.
Thank you very much to Mrs. Fonseca and the whole administrative team, and all the principals and the teachers who are involved in implementing this, the new curriculum and the newer curriculums that are coming our way. It's a lot of work, and I commend everybody, all of the whole team as a district, doing a great job. So thank you. I'm going to propose and make a motion that we move up proclamations and awards above the public forum, and then we can continue with the rest of our meeting after that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I'm gonna move that on to the Student of the Week for proclamations and awards. Okay.
So we have our Student of the Week, our Forest Avenue principal has 2 Students of the Week. Principal Burkett. Are they here yet?
See one.
Fran.
She's setting up for our STEAM fair. I know that we have a science fair starting at 5:30, so I know that she's.
Okay,
there,
well,
but
if she comes in,
if she comes in,
because we
so-
said between 4:30 and
Yeah.
5, so.
so we'll do Maggie then.
Kiki.
Come on up, Maggie. This is Maggie Reed.
Hi,
She's a
Maggie.
3rd grader. So as quoted by her teacher, she finds a silver lining in every situation. She's just an absolute joy to have at school. She finds the good in everyone. She fully understands and respects other people's feelings. Sometimes we like to call her an old soul in the best way possible. She's completely inclusive and kind. Everyone is included, no matter what. She has excellent grades on her report card. She is hysterical, and she is just an excellent human being. And on top of it all, she is one of the teachers in my school, daughter Tara Donaldson. So it's nice to have her. Yeah. So Maggie Reed.
We have a book for you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Maggie. Keep up the good work.
We might circle back to you.
Yeah, if she comes in, I'll.
Okay. Next, Quidneck School, Principal Bulk.
So this is Thalia. She's a 3rd grader at a Quidneck school. She's in Mrs. Palkovic's class. I have to say, knowing her all the way from kindergarten to 3rd grade, she's a true role model at our school. She's always doing what she should be. She is a student that tries her best with all of her work, even if it's hard. I kind of was reading over her thing and I love her quote. It says, "Dream it, believe it, achieve it." And if I had to describe Thalia, that is her to a T. I love her job. She'd either be a guidance counselor, Mrs. Bulk will hire you because I'll still be a principal. Or hairdresser because she likes to help people with their problems. So I think one of her greatest things is she looks up to her mom. Her mom is a great support at our school. And she says her mom gives her great advice. Always listen to your mom. She's right. And then just some things. She loves the beach because if you're hot, you can go in the water. And if you're cold, you can build a sandcastle. Gotta love that. Girl after my own heart. And she loves writing because she loves it. And something that's truly tells me that Thalia is a great student at heart says, what staff member would you like to thank? And she would like to thank Mrs. Hetland, which is one of our teacher assistants, because she helped me a lot in second grade. And I just love that about you, of all of our staff at our school. And she's been there for all 4 years. She's done a great job, and she really liked to thank Mrs. Hetland. And her teacher, Mrs. Palkovitz, said she's a role model to her classmates. She's a hard worker who does her best at all tasks. She's kind and caring towards her classmates. She's ready to help anyone in need. And I just couldn't say enough great things about Thalia. She's a wonderful addition to our school. And I will be very sad when she leaves our school. Congratulations.
Nice job. Proud of you. Next, Principal Silvera.
Hi, this is Archer Smith, and he's a fourth grader at Gaudet Learning Academy. He's in Miss Oliveira's class. And Archer is a wonderful student. He always comes to school with a smile on his face and is always willing to help his friends. He has a great quote too from Albert Einstein, because he really likes to read books about Albert Einstein. So his quote is, "Education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think." So he's always very thinking about those kinds of things, which is great. His dream job is to be a Marine, just like his dad, and to travel the world, which is awesome. He looks up to his dad, and he likes that because his dad helps him a lot, and he likes to cook for him. He is really good at math and science because his mom's an engineer, and he is always been good at math, so he really likes those two subjects. His teacher, Miss Oliveira, said that Archer is a very respectful student who is kind to all his classmates. He does a great job listening, following directions, and working hard. Archer shows a real desire to learn and do well in school, and we love having him at Gaudet Learning Academy. Great job.
Congratulations. Nice job. Good job. Next, Principal Niemeyer has two Student of the Weeks.
Good evening, everybody. First up is Ablin McGrath. Ablin's with us at GMS in 7th grade. According to Mr. Goudreau, who nominated her, she is, in addition to being a very nice person, she stepped up and helps her classmates who didn't have a partner for a presentation. And her quotable is, "I like to help others." That makes perfect sense. She wants to be an interior designer because she likes designing and working with different colors and fabrics. Loves Caesar salads, pretzels and Nutella. I like that. Looks up to her aunt and likes Top Gun Maverick. I'm a fan as well, right? Her best subject in school is math. And incidentally, the person she would like to thank is Miss Vieira from last year, who was her math teacher that helped her out so much last year. So congratulations.
Congratulations. Great job. Congratulations.
Good job.
Is Ty here? Nope. Okay, that's all I have, man. Thank you.
He might come in later.
Sure.
Next, Principal Heath.
I think I saw Jasmine come in, correct? Right, she's in the back. There she is. So our student of the week at Middletown High School is Jasmine Rogers. Hi, Jasmine. How you doing? Good. So Jasmine, before I read anything off of her sheet, Jasmine's one of the highest performing freshmen in the high school this year. So across all 7 of her classes, just something important to note, and this is probably the littlest piece of Jasmine that you'll hear about right now. She has a 97.5 average across all of her classes, which is incredible. So yeah. Not only we both smart, but we're kindred at heart with our food choices. So Jasmine loves cheeseburgers, right? And we also have the same music choice. So she enjoys Coldplay is her favorite band as well. So Jasmine wrote in her profile that she wanted to thank Miss Casberg for everything that she did for her in the 8th grade at GMS. She also looks up to her mom and her grandparents, as well as her father, for teaching her, everything that she needs to know. And then just to read a quick comment from her freshman English teacher, Miss O'Brien. Jasmine's work in 9th grade English class is distinguished. She's responsible, hardworking, has wonderful questions about the texts, loves sharing her insights, and is also very thoughtful of others. So congratulations to Jasmine. Yep, for sure.
Keep up the good work.
Mhm.
And I'm going to ask Coach Haskell to come up. Our girls soccer team had a good season. But more importantly, I mean, the wins are really always very good, but sportsmanship is very important to us. So coaches, please announce your student athletes and congratulations to you.
Thank you. I really think that one of our captains at basketball practice, but our other captain is here. So Isabel, I really think you should be up here. So I didn't prepare anything because I didn't know I was going to say anything. The program received a sportsmanship award that is really because of Isabel and Ginny, who set a standard for our program. And I don't really have much to say except for, like, you did a great job by both how you presented yourself and how you led our team. The award was given by the referees in the league. So they're just watching the players and how the players react to different calls, how they react to the other team. And win, lose, or draw, she led our team to always play with a standard that I'm just in awe of it. So I give you guys and you guys, I give you guys names. Which one wants to read everybody's name?
It's what a head coach does, right? Delegates.
Well, the coach with the head this big, certainly. So thank you very much. Not all the students are here. Like we said, some are playing some winter sports and weren't able to make it, but I'll read off all their names. And if they're here, just raise a hand so we can make some eye contact.
Actually,
Please.
Dave, if they could come up as you're calling them,
That's awesome.
that'd be great.
If they're not here, just come around twice for your buddy and pick up her recognition, please. So these are all the girls in the program. Jana Allen, she's not here, but give her a nice round of applause. Summer Ashness, Summer's going to get Jana's and she'll be here. Thank you very much, Summer. Sydney Bogosian,
Congratulations, Sandra. That's famous. Her name is right.
Taylor Bridges, I know you're here. There you are.
Is he going in alphabetical order?
Is Catalina here today? Catalina Verse? Nope. Allison Siglarski.
Congratulations.
Katie Chisholm, I don't see Katie here. Riley Claire, come on up. Riley's a captain for next year, so give her a round of applause for captain status for next year. Abby DeSantis, I don't see Abby. Hareem, come on up. Hareem Fashi. Kemily, I don't see Kemily Gomes. Ginny Hamilton is the other co-captain this year. She's on the basketball team, so I'm sure she's out there doing great things with that program. I think she's a captain of that team as well. Isabel Huntoon. Maddie King. Gabby Mestrinelli. It's Bella here. Bella's not here. Ava Mosen, another captain for next year. Sophie Mosen, following literally in her sister's footsteps. Sailor Redfern. I always mess up Sailor's name. I always call her something else, but I got it right that time. And Sailor is also a captain for next year as well. And then there's 4 girls who aren't here today. Teresa Remy, Kylie Schwartz, Miley Silvera, and Madeline Zinn. So congratulations, ladies. Unless you guys want to make a speech.
Katie Chisholm.
Katie,
Well,
Catherine. Yep, there you go.
Dave, do you? Want to put the rest of them?
We can give these to the high school principal or assistant principal.
Okay.
They can bring them.
Okay.
The book, Boys and Books. It's very good. It's about the Washington State.
So I just want to thank everybody. Did
38 German.
Principal Burkett, did your student of the week come? All right. And Principal Niemeyer, did your other student of the week? No, your other
I just-
student of the week. Well, congratulations.
Congratulations, soccer team, MHS girls. I know that Jessica misses all of you ladies, so
And
congratulations, so proud.
Congratulations to the parents.
Congratulations to all the student of the week. Thank you. We'll take a 2-minute recess and we'll be right back.
Boy, now what I do?
That goes up to, well,
I know, do I get to give you a hug? Okay, I just want to resume back to our meeting from a brief recess. I know that a few soccer players came in. Coach Haskell, do you want to introduce the last few students that came in? Kylie Schwartz, stand up. Congratulations, Kylie. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay, so we're going to move on to the Middletown High School Program of Studies.
Okay, I'm going to,
Excuse me, before I do that, I forgot, I apologize. I want to just recognize that Peter Connerton and Emily Tessier from our town council are here as our liaisons. So welcome to our meeting. It's nice to have you here. Sorry, go ahead.
okay, it's this time of the year where our high school gets to showcase their program of study for planning for next year and scheduling. So Dr. Heath, along with our director, I think he's still here, Chris Richards, will do a presentation. Dr. Heath?
I'm learning this.
Yeah.
Do you want to share?
I
You'll
can share, yeah. Do you want me to do it over?
Yeah.
Okay, you want me to do, just give me 1 second. I apologize. All right, great. Thank you. I know we have a packed agenda, so I will keep this brief so we can keep things moving. Luckily, there aren't many academic major changes that are happening at the high school, all pretty straightforward. But in order to kind of approve our program for next year and what we're offering students, I think it's important to introduce these things so that everybody on the committee is aware. So first off, when we talk about the program of studies, I really try to, with our team at the high school, take a 10,000-foot look at what we need to improve and the direction that we want to head as a building and as a school. Some things that we have as guiding tenets for where we're heading. We want to continue to improve our 4-year graduation rate, something that I've been preaching since coming here in 2020. You can see that per the RIDE report cards in 2019, our graduation rate was 79%. As of last year, it was 83%. So we're definitely trending in the right direction, graduating more students, which is, for me, the primary goal above all else. Improving school culture and engagement for all stakeholders is really important for us as we plan these new additions. We talked about English language learners extensively the last time that I was up at the podium, so I won't spend a lot of time on that, but that is now an area of focus based on the most recent data. Clearly identifying programmatic challenges and accurately defining steps toward improvement, and continuing to streamline our processes and procedures. To kind of zoom in a little bit from 10,000 feet to 5,000 feet, we have 7 action steps that me and my leadership team really try to follow closely to get there towards those 4 goals. So to read them quickly, it's develop a multifaceted approach to supporting ELs socially, emotionally, and academically, continuing to roll out and refine our career and technical education classes with clarity and fidelity, continuing to refine and implement our digital course recommendation process and student-driven schedule, support our new proficiency based graduation requirement, which is in year 2 of a transitional phase, thoughtfully align our academic programming and supplementary non-traditional experiential learning opportunities with the new RIDE graduation regulations in mind that came out this past November, continue to implement creative programs that support non-majority populations, such as students with exceptionalities, students of color, students experiencing hardship, and help all of those subgroups achieve success, along with our traditional mainstream students. And then continuing to define our school's identity based on stakeholder input from all sides. So to go through each of these quickly, when we speak to developing a multifaceted approach to our ELs, we spoke extensively before about where we stand. This is the most recent data for us. So we have 43 Ls currently at the high school. When we talk about on track or off track for graduation, those are numbers that definitely reflect last year's star ratings or the most recent star ratings. So we definitely do have to focus our programming on helping these populations. I'm going to fast forward through the next 2 slides because we've already discussed the data. What we're proposing for the upcoming program of studies is we're going to continue to offer our World History 2 English classes and Algebra 1A classes, as has previously happened. But in the system, we are going to target 2 of those sections for EL sheltered courses. So rather than mixing various levels of English language learners amongst their mainstream primary English peers, we're hoping, borrowing from other schools that we've studied and researched based on what seems to be working around the state, to have a course in World History 2 that's specific to English language learners. So we can slow the curriculum down, hopefully have either a TA or some type of EL support position in there with them that can speak most of their native language, to help disseminate the data and the content in the class to help those students be more successful. Why World History 2? Because it's one of the classes at our school that students are performing the worst in the English language realm. Okay. Additionally, Algebra 1A, you saw the math scores before. We've noticed at the local level that arguably the hardest course that ELs are taking right now and having the most difficult time with is Algebra 1. So that's another example of a course that we're hoping to have a sheltered EL section and determine how that works. And if it works well, hopefully propose next year to ramp up that effort. But it's a step in the direction of helping our L students. The second bullet is continuing to roll out and find our career and technical education classes and programs. I think the most important takeaway for this component isn't any major change, but rather to see how many teachers we have trained in each course. So as you look right there, it's not necessarily important that we understand what each course is, which is represented by a colored rectangle. You can see how many teachers we currently have trained in each CTE course that we have listed in our program of studies by the numbers. If the number is green, that means we've gained a teacher over the past years in that area. A blue number means that we've remained steady, and a red number means that we've lost a person that was previously certified in that area and we'll need to replace them with training. The ultimate goal for me would be to have 2 people at a minimum in each of these courses, so that if somebody does resign unexpectedly or retire or any of those types of things, we don't rock the foundation of any one of our 3 pathways, which are a major, not only moneymaker, excuse me, for our school, but it's also some of the most forward academic programming that the state has to offer. So it's something that I would definitely continue to advocate for. Under that umbrella, there is one new course that we'll be offering on our career and technical education pathways. It's the 4th level course in our capstone course in our biomedical pathway. This will be the 4th year that our biomedical pathway is live, which is extremely exciting. It'll be the first year where we're running a full slate of biomedical programs. It is our most popular pathway with 96 students currently enrolled. And as I said, we'll be training a teacher this upcoming summer, offering that final course and continuing to really, rock that program. So that's a really exciting thing for us. Also, one of the major changes with CTE is we are going to consolidate our computer science pathway. The cliff notes of that is we currently offer 2 pathways in computer science at Middletown High School, which is computer science for RI, CS4RI, and PLTW Project Lead the Way Computer Science. Because we are a smaller high school at 580 students, those programs compete for computer science students. And currently under our RIDE approved pathway in computer science, we can't count our CS4RI students under the umbrella of CTE because that's not how the initial proposal was written. So the goal, in order to increase revenue and funds from the program and count those students towards our computer science CTE, along with giving them a little bit more accessible computer science instruction, which all of our teachers seem to think CS4RI in the classroom was a little bit more accessible, I guess would be the word for our students. We want to add and integrate that into our computer science to improve achievement and success and enrollment. We're going to file basically what's called a name change with the Department of Ed and increase the CS offerings by adding those CS4RI classes under the umbrella of our current pathway. So counting those students, as I said, will have a monetary effect, which will increase revenue, and it'll also make our computer science hopefully, more appealing to students, because currently it is our smallest of the 3 programs.
And you vetted that already, right?
We did, yep. Yeah, so we've spoken to Paul McConnell at RIDE, as well as the other people in career and technical education, and they were fine with it. The only thing that we cannot do is completely abandon the PLTW computer science that we currently run. What's nice about that is PLTW, you pay for 2 memberships, which we pay for engineering. And at this point, we're paying for computer science, and you get the 3rd one free as a discount from the program. So we'll have to just switch the way that we've budgeted and have paid for those programs in the past. So we'll pay for biomedicine, we'll pay for engineering, and we'll still get computer science for free. So we don't lose anything by keeping those PLTW pathways under the umbrella.
Are you looking at any future CTEs?
Yeah, for sure. So one of the big things I think we need to have, and I would consider it like an SY 24-25, like this time next year conversation, is we really, I think, as a school district should extend into a 4th pathway. That's a monumental lift. But I think that if we don't start that conversation in a very serious way this school year moving to next, it's kind of like the Wild West out there right now with everybody laying stake and claim to land, as they move west. And as the market gets more saturated, and I hate using those terms to talk about education, but it's true, as the market gets more saturated, people are scooping up popular CTE programs. So we want to make sure that, just like Biomed, we're the only school in the local area that offers it. Although there's 8 programs in the state, there's nobody next to us. So we corner the market in a lot of ways, and it's really difficult for another school to enter into that space because we now have that in our programs. We need to look similarly at other high priority, high profit career and technical spaces that we can kind of thrive on the island with all the different connections we have. So that's something I would definitely consider next year as being a primary conversation at the high school. Yeah, for sure. Continuing to move on.
Culture we had talked about.
What was it?
Agriculture would be.
We talked about agriculture. Some of the things that we have kicked
Economy.
around informally are agriculture, like Ms. Krager has mentioned. We talked about marine trades because of the docks and everything that's super close by to us. We've also talked about potentially, and this would be, I like it because it's a wide lens, but we'd have to consider how to creatively pitch it, is leisure studies, and not being like hacky sack and, surfing, but leisure studies being, entrepreneurship, and owning, whether it be a gym, whether it be, a local business that sells XYZ, whether it be a local restaurant, like, Flat Waves is a really good example of that, with a little bit more laid back vibe that's super successful in the area and would almost definitively be willing to partner with us. Those types of leisure study types of things, nobody has that in the state. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there, but it would have to be packaged the right way to be considered a high growth.
Because the
high
state
revenue
has
field.
parameters.
Exactly. Yeah, we can't just do anything.
And there's a lot of talk about the trades,
Mm.
I don't know if that's something on the horizon or not.
Yeah, big time. Yeah. So I think, I think there's a lot of different components to the conversation around CTEs and growing CTEs. One of the big ones are those partnership opportunities. We have a lot of unique local experiences here, being so close to the waterfront, and all of the conversations that I've had, and John had to go, but Mr. DeVolfson's coming in November. We really don't hear no. I mean, out of the maybe 50 meetings we've had with local partnerships, maybe 1 or 2 people said, no, thanks. Everybody else is, yeah, how can we help? Just give us a call. We'll take 2 kids, we'll take 50 kids, we'll take 8 kids, we'll pay them. So it's been unbelievable, the outpouring of support. It's just, there's almost too much support, right? Trying to get in touch with all these people and keep those relationships up. So we're in a good place with it, but we definitely do need to explore that seriously. So really good questions. We will continue to run our career survey course. So currently the town is funding, well, actually I should backtrack that. We won a grant last year for $135,000 from the Van Buren Foundation to fund a career explorations course to kind of dovetail what I just spoke about. And we have local people coming into the school, business people, people who have unique careers in the area, et cetera, speaking to our students about the potential for a post-high school. You see on the board right there, the Cardi brothers came down, which was like a local celebrity phenom. Like you would have thought it was like, I don't even know who the popular artist is right now, like Polo G coming into the high school. Everybody want to take a picture with the Cardi brothers, right? So it was really cool to see the high school kids get up for that. But that class has been super successful. We'll continue into the second semester. That grant runs out at the end of the year, but the town does have us funded for a second year of that program. So we're really excited to continue offering that to our students. And that would fall under our career and tech umbrella, although it isn't in a pathway specifically. We'll continue to refine and implement our digital course recommendation process. So previously we were using a hand scheduled prior to last year course selection process, paper, pencil. Nowadays, we can be much more efficient with our student information system, PowerSchool, and using the algorithms and computer technology available at our fingertips. I'm happy to say that this year we were able to get 92% of students scheduled into the courses they wanted as primary requests. That's exponentially higher than we've ever been able to do it with pen and paper and using our own, noggins. So being able to use that computer the way that it needs to be used to schedule our students in the courses they want is something that we want to continue to refine, and we're doing a really nice job with, I think. That being said, we'll continue to try to advocate for continuing to grow our electives at the high school. I mentioned previously our English courses in particular. We currently don't have any English electives at the high school because of lack of personnel in that area. We're kind of just getting by with the core programming. So when we talk about scheduling and the advocacy for those programs, that's, I think, a primary thing that needs to be brought up. We also want to speak about reintroducing independent study experiences. And we want to do this with fidelity and be really careful about this. There's a lot of benefits to independent studies in regards to allowing students to study at higher levels than our program of study in and of itself allows for. But one of the challenges that we do have to navigate is the equity component and making sure that all students have equal access and opportunity to independent studies, depending on what courses we're talking about and what subject areas. So we're currently working through the nitty gritty of that, but to bring it before you today, we would like to put independent studies back into our program of studies with the caveat that if a student is to take an independent study, it has to be jointly generated by the teacher and student. So it's not something that as an administrator, I can go to the art teacher and say, hey, this kid really wants to take ceramics. Is that okay? I want that to be off the table. I would prefer it to be, approved in the way that the teacher and student collaborate, teacher and student come to me with a joint application or another administrator or whomever. We sign off on the process, and there's a scope and sequence along with a course syllabi that we can approve to kind of expand our programming within our content areas without taking up additional seats or preps from teachers. So those are things that we'd like to explore this upcoming year. We want to support our performance-based graduation requirement, which I mentioned is in year 2 of transition. Definitely some growing experiences with this. Previously, it was housed within our English department, but with our new English curriculum, there really is no space for our senior project experience in English anymore. So we are kind of bumping and rolling and getting through this year to figure out what the challenges and successes are of having a more autonomous student senior project experience right now. But definitely challenges related to that we'd like to explore. There's nothing necessarily with programming under there, but just something to keep in mind collectively. We also want to thoughtfully align our academic program and non-traditional experiential learning opportunities with the new graduation regs. This is really, really important. I do have a link to the graduation regs and a presentation in your slide deck. Some of the things that we need to consider moving forward are incoming 7th graders. So not this upcoming year, what we're presenting now, but this same time next year. Students at every high school in the state will need to have 2 years of world language. That's something that's difficult for us right now. We have approximately 280 students at the high school that have never taken a world language because of the way they've selected their courses. So that will be a significant change we have to anticipate. Additionally, things like mandatory computer science, a half a credit of mandatory computer science is not something that we have right now. We have a technology elective, and sometimes that turns into computer science depending on the student, but that's something we're gonna have to take a more focused look at as well, along with some other included components like a financial literacy component, a civics component, And there's a couple of other things rolled into there as well. Okay, so rethinking how we allow students to achieve credits is going to be really important, not necessarily tonight, but over the course of planning for the next school year. Continuing to implement creative programs that support our non-majority populations. One of the examples of that we're doing, I think, admirably right now at the high school is our Project Success programming. We have a Project Success teacher. We call it our RTI room. That teacher houses everyone from students that are coming back from medical placements, to students that need a little bit of extra space in their day just to get their work done and be successful, to students that are still recovering from the COVID slide and needing to recover coursework and credits during the school day. So that position is set to sunset with our ESSER funds, but that's something that we think is really important to continue with at the high school, in the sense that, you know, as you see with the data, last year there were 17 senior graduates that would not have graduated high school without that class, because of the credits and the classes that they were able to recover in that space. That number has only increased this year. So same conversation will be had this year in June about the number of students that class is able to save from graduation, from not graduating, excuse me. We'll continue to have
Those positions I talked, when we did the budget conference with the town council, that's in those grants that would sunset.
Yep. And we'll also continue to talk about community partnerships. So one good example is starting this upcoming week with the Herreshoff Museum in Bristol. We will be working with them to send 8 students over there to not only recover credit, but get paid $10 an hour to build a boat, start to finish. And they'll build a boat. It will be seafaring. They'll go out into, you know, the water right outside of the Herreshoff, float the boat, row it in April. And as I said, that will be a paid experience that will also count for credit. So that gets back to a couple slides ago when I was talking about how can we creatively think about how to give credits to students at Middletown High School that doesn't necessarily require them to be sitting in a seat in a classroom, and how can we do that with fidelity? That will be continued conversation and area for growth.
And you need a building and a learning environment that allows all of that.
I agree. Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, and then some. So, and personnel to help out. Yeah, yeah, shameless plug, right? Agreed. And then finally, to continue to identify our school's identity based on stakeholder input, with myself coming in 3 years ago, and then COVID kind of throwing a wrench into everything. Figuring out who we are as a community and what we pride ourselves on. We've had a lot of really nice leaps and bounds in the directions that I think we want to go, between the Pride Rock that we have out in the front of the high school now, the recent sports and athletic successes that we're enjoying, including right now with a lot of our winter sports teams, and then all the way through to excellent, you know, drama productions and, you know, extracurricular activities and you know, sportsmanship awards for girls soccer teams. And you'll see in a minute some of our high performing students speak about class rank. So really a lot of great things happening. That's why I get such a stomach ache when I look at that 2-star rating, because it's not representative of the great work that we have going on at the high school. And that leads me into the final component here, which the students will follow up with in a minute, speaking about the eliminating external class rank at the high school. So you'll hear the students speak a little bit more extensively about this and why we're proposing to get rid of the external reporting of class rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 being reported to colleges, but I'll leave that to them. Okay. And that ends the program of studies presentation. Any questions or commentary?
So typically after this presentation, the school committee would vote on the program of studies at the next meeting. We provide this information ahead of time. Dr. Heath will do a summary of the staffing and courses and so forth that he's talking about. And the school committee will vote on the program of studies next month.
Great. If there's no questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we have an awful lot on this agenda. You did get another presentation about the RIDE accountability that Dr. Heath prepared in reference just to the high school's accountability. So please take a look at that. I know our assistant superintendent did incorporate that. So now we're going to head into. Thank you, Dr. Heath.
When did I do that on the public? I know, but when did I do this class ranking? I don't talk about
That class ranking is under student government.
okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, next we're going to go to the public forum. Individuals may address the school committee on only one relevant education related topic.
not included on the agenda, nor related to personnel or job performance, nor revealing personally identifiable information regarding students. Individuals may speak for no longer than 5 minutes and must submit a public participation form to the superintendent prior to the start of the meeting. Items discussed during this session shall not be voted upon. So we do have one person who wants to speak. Mr. Haru, would you like to come up?
Thank you. My name is Dr. Ronald Hiru, 51 Bay Ridge Drive, Middletown. I know all of you have received my letter to the editor, encouraging you, beseeching you to establish a joint educational planning committee between the Middletown and the Newport School Committee to examine, explore, and evaluate school regionalization. I urge you to do this as soon as possible. The superintendent of Newport Public Schools, Mrs. Germain, said yesterday when asked about school regionalization, when she was interviewed on What's Up Newport, she says, the door is open and regionalization is inevitable, either sooner or later. Louisa Boatwright, a few days ago, in response to my letter to the editor, sent this to me on an email, and I quote, I totally agree with you, Mr. Hiru, and this would be the normal process to discuss and move forward on school regionalization. If the door is open, I encourage you to walk through it. Teresa Spengler and Paul Rodricks on the 9th of January at the Innovation Center of Newport talked about establishing a planning committee on school regionalization. And if you don't remember it, I can show you the tape.
I remember it. Thank you.
Okay, good.
I do remember what I say.
I applaud you, your proposal to collaborate, which is on the agenda, but I'm not going to talk about it, with Newport on school issues, sharing resources. But that is not enough. You need to establish a formal joint educational planning committee on school regionalization. Challenge Newport to, if you vote on this, to go with you on this. Obtaining assistance from RIDE, I suggest consultants should be able to help you with community people involved, much in the same way you establish the building committee. If it's dealing with with school regionalization, RIDE should be able to provide you with consultants and money, much as what they did to the municipalities when they were looking at how to save money with school regionalization. And I think that was proven, both in terms of operationally and in terms of building. I wish our joint building committee, I wish our building committees would be working together instead of separately. I urge you with this committee to provide a report on how the educational aspects of school regionalization between Newport and Middletown can be achieved. Let this report be the basis upon which a referendum on school regionalization be brought to the voters one more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haru. Okay, does anybody else want to speak? That's the only paper I have. Okay. So we will,
I thought there were 3.
yeah, that's for different agenda items though.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry about that. Sorry.
So we'll move on to information.
Hey, in your information packet, I'd just like to share summary of the chats that I've had throughout the schools, as well as questions school committee member Greg Hewitt asked of our IT department. So we provided those, I provided you the questions and our answers as part of information for you. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
And we have a follow-up later.
We have, we do have a follow-up. Thank you, Greg, for bringing that up. Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Anisi and I have a follow-up meeting on Monday, the 30th, in-person meeting. So, thank you.
Okay, next is student government for Middletown High School student ranking. Where is that? I just lost that.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'll first introduce myself. My name is John Wiest. I'm the current president of Middletown Student Government. Perfect. Thank you, Isabel. This is Isabel Huntoon. She is my vice president. And then this is Chloe Tizer. She's your freshman president of her class. And so we're going to talk a little bit today. This is going to connect, but we've just passed a decision in student government concerning external class rank at Middletown High School, and we'd like to share our findings with you. Here it is. All right, you can go to perfect. All right. So a little background about Middletown student government. We've implemented it this year. We have a modified parliamentary procedure that we go through to make our decisions. And this all started when Dr. Heath presented this issue to us at one of our meetings concerning class rank. And he said, there's been a lot of talk about getting rid of class rank, and we want to reassess, is class rank necessary at Middletown? And so we had government members individually conduct research among the student body and from outside sources. So that went from interviewing your individual class members to pulling outside information and data on what makes class rank good and bad in different school environments. And we then had senior government members motion for a vote on the following issue, and it was class rank should be abolished in favor of a better system. And so this was at the start of the meeting. And what we do with any decision to the start in this parliamentary procedure is we first go to a unanimous vote. And if that passes, it saves time. And on a lot of our issues, there is a unanimous first vote for yes. But for this initial vote, it failed the first time. So then we go to a 15-minute pro and con debate. And you'll hear Isabel and Chloe speak a little bit about what that pro and con debate sounded like. But it was from all of our government members on what they've heard and what their ideas were. And then we ended up motioning to a unanimous vote to pass that class rank should be abolished in favor of a better system. So we're going to go into that process and why we went there. So I'm going to speak on this, and then I'm going to let Isabel talk. But this is an outside source that we feel really prevails on what we notice at Middletown High School. I speak on behalf of our student government, which speaks on behalf of our entire student body. Grade point average becomes a competing point, and class rank becomes a competing point where learning is lost and competition is prioritized. And this is something that a school shouldn't have as their highest standards. What you see is the students in the top ranks lose friendships, and you have all this competition towards a point that doesn't really matter. And you'll see later, based on our ranking system and how we weigh classes, that doesn't accurately depict the student and how well they achieve. So this points on how high achieving students, that one versus that top 20, that the capability of that student is about the same, and colleges know that. So in terms of looking at colleges, and I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself on the slides here, but colleges don't really care that much about whether a student is number 1 or number 20. They just want to see a student that is engaged with extracurriculars, they do well with their studies, and so forth and so on. So you can read these quotes here. This is by Alif Khan. And yeah, so you can go to the next slide here. Okay, you want to talk about this, Chloe?
Chloe Tizer, who's the freshman class president.
Hi, so,
Yeah.
okay, so you can look at the quotes up here. The first one says, class rank lowers my self-esteem. I wish I didn't know mine, from a sophomore. Kids with IEPs and 504s have no chance of being in the top 10. Class rank destroys friendships among the top tier students. School becomes a place to compete rather than a place to learn. And being compared to other people makes kids more stressed and feel like they have no chance. That's from the junior.
Here, if you want to say anything?
Yeah. As a freshman, there's a couple of different opinions on class rank. The biggest one is that it's unfair and it prioritizes only one type of achievement, and it pits people against each other. But on the other hand, a lot of people feel that there needs to be some way to acknowledge high achieving students, which they'll talk about later. So the freshman consensus is to abolish class rank as it stands now, but replace it with a better system. Thank you.
our main reasons for abolishing class rank are because class rank forces unnecessary competition among students. As a student in the top 10 of my class, I do feel like there is a competition. We're all friends, but there is something underneath there where I'm going to choose to take an AP class because I'm going to have one more than my friend does, and I want to finish above them. Class rank does not accommodate students with IEPs and 504s. It really is unfair towards those students, especially our ELL students who don't have the opportunity to take AP classes, or as many IP classes because they have to take certain classes. So it's not a fair playing field. Class rank does not majorly affect college decisions, and students will be more advantaged without class rank. We're a we're a class of at least about 144. So my rank in my class is really hard to compare to a class of 400 from a bigger high school. And class rank does not work under the current grade weighting system at MHS. As a freshman, you have the opportunity to take a lot of honors classes, and those honors classes are not weighted like APs are. So students who are taking honors classes are not receiving more credit than those students who are taking regular classes. So if we were going to take class rank into account, the system that it relies on isn't a fair system. So this is our official decision. On the afternoon of November 28th, 2022, the Middletown High School student government officially came to a unanimous vote in favor of abolishing the system of class rank that is currently active within Middletown High School, with the possibility of modifying class rank into a more effective system of measuring students' academic achievements. This decision serves to embody the beliefs of the entire student body of Middletown High School and should be treated as much. Just an example of a better system that we're looking towards is the Latin honor system, which instead of pitting students against each other would establish a GPA that students would have to exceed in order to meet the highest honor. Kind of in the way that, not that there are A's for everybody, but you're competing against yourself instead of competing against others.
Yeah, so that would be a Latin honor system or some other system that still gives students a goal towards achieving high academically would be something that we would strive for, because we believe removing class rank entirely and not replacing with anything could have some negative repercussions in that sense. But from there, that's our presentation. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to, yes.
Do you know of a lot of other schools that are doing this, or percentages of other schools that are looking at this?
Yeah, so
in general?
we pulled from a lot of, it was interesting in our data, and none of the data is here, unfortunately, but we pulled from a lot of California schools that have had really successful programs, and they actually don't have any class rank at all. There's no Latin honor system, there's nothing. And they find that those students become more successful and learning takes on a bigger part of their life, because now if you're a student that's really high achieving, but you have a passion for ceramics or something, you don't have to say, well, I have to take this AP class so I can be high in my class and get to a good college. You can pursue that passion and become, nurture that lifelong learning that a school is really trying to approach. So yeah, specific statistics I don't have for you, unfortunately.
Just curious if others are doing this or have done this. Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
I'd like to commend you all for doing this. Good job. Before you abolish this system, though, you've alluded to the fact that you're going to do something else.
Yeah.
You haven't told us what.
So this right here is just a recommendation. Obviously, we can't make any motions. So our recommendation would be for a Latin honor system or something else that the school committee sees fit. We don't know that.
Laudes.
Yeah, exactly. And that would mean that any student that wants to be a high achieving can get to that point, and to a college, seeing that a student is magna cum laude is just as good as seeing that they're in the top 10. And then this removes the competition aspect of it, but it still gives students a goal of achieving high academics.
I have to say, after having two children going through MHS with a class rank, I'm happy to see you presenting this. I think that an alternative is necessary. I think that, as you mentioned, the honor classes that freshmen come in taking, there should be a different way of recognizing those achievements.
Yeah.
I think just like in colleges, it's a GPA situation, and I think that students should have the opportunity to strive and work hard at the passion that they want, the path that they want to take. As you said, whether it's ceramics or whether it's calculus, it needs to be that opportunity for students to be able to strive at what they're good at and what they want to do. When you get into college, those class ranks don't mean anything. It
Yeah.
may mean something if you're going to go to Yale. I don't know. I don't know what requirements are in other colleges. I know where my two children went. And those class ranks didn't make one bit of difference for them. They look at GPAs, they look at extracurricular activities, they look at your personal statement. I mean, that's what colleges are looking for. Let's go the other side of that. If you're going into a career pathway, they're not looking at your class rank either. They're looking at your skill set, your social skills, your functional skills, your English language skills, your mathematical skills. I mean, those things, your skills are being assessed when you're going into the workforce, and your academics are being, and your skills are being assessed when you're going into a college area. So I think that there has to be something out there. I really like the cum laude. I have heard about that before. Not that it's going to be our decision at this particular time, but I think it's something that's really important. And I'm really happy that you folks have worked hard for this. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with the student government at MHS. Good job.
And I wanted to allude to the one thing you talked about. You talked about getting into top tier schools. And I know from personal experience, I've lived all over the country as I'm a military kid. And the schools that I've gone to, the people that I've known to get into top tier colleges, your Ivy Leagues, have all gone to schools that don't have class rank. It's something that's not prioritized by top tier schools anymore. They'll use a holistic approach when looking at the student. And what they'd rather see is somebody pursuing their passion, and not trying to take a bunch of hard classes that maybe they don't love and doesn't help them pursue their love of learning. So yeah. Any other questions?
Dr. Heath, you want to jump up? I can't hear you.
No, I'm super proud of the three standing here. And just really quickly, to say a couple of things that I think aren't really widely understood about class rank, and we had talked about this in our meetings. First off, obviously, these are three super impressive young adults here. They're ranked differently. One is higher than the other, then is higher than the other, which is itchy for me, because these are three brilliant young adults, and it's a really good example, of what we're talking about. Second to that, the high school, speaking specifically to the numbers, our top 10, almost our top 20 are separated by 1,000th of a point, 0.001. So to say number 19 is not as smart as number 2 because they're 0.002 numbers lower than the other, that's a tough one. And then additionally, I think it's really important to keep in mind, and this is not to take away from anybody that's a high performing top 10 student, but what people don't necessarily realize is to make that metric count for our graduation ceremony, that number gets cut now. So very rarely is the person that ends up the valedictorian the true valedictorian of the class. They're the person that's the valedictorian come February. So in preparation for graduation, which believe it or not is already happening, it might not even be an accurate representation of who has the highest number, who's standing up there, and does that really matter? I think is a question that we really as a community need to consider, because we have brilliant students all around us. So that being said, I'm really, really proud of the student government and the conversation, and this was definitely something that they took on, and just wanted to kind of accentuate some of those points. Thank you.
So you've done some research as well.
Yeah, significant. Yeah.
Within the state and also colleges. We've spoken to a parent who's engaged us in this conversation as well, who works at a local university. And, she has done some research for us and showed us exactly what, I have several pages here that we could share with you. So what would be the next steps?
So I think next steps is the consideration of the alternative, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with some of the things that I've come across and seen, and any of the thing that the students have researched. Obviously, I would love to bring that to the table. One of the big things I'd recommend at this time forward to the conversation is I don't think we abolish it 1,000%, which is a little bit different than the student government's proposal. I think we do keep class rank internally. I don't know if I'm, personally in favor of getting rid of a valedictorian and salutatorian yet. But I think it's definitely a conversation that we need to have based on a Latin honor system if we are going that direction as a community. But I would say keeping class rank internally for purposes of things like National Honor Society and things of that nature. But my recommendation would be take it off of high school transcripts. So it would be available for students and families that want their class rank. They can request it. We can share it, but to officially share it out with colleges that kids are going to, I think we're doing ourselves more harm than good. And causing some unnecessary competition when we give it to students and they look at what's yours, and it causes a little bit of a nasty environment that I think undercuts what we're trying to achieve.
So would we do it with the incoming
Yeah.
8th grade?
So I would recommend, I would not
But
move the
Chloe's class.
goalposts. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend the goalposts, right, moving the goalposts right now, but the incoming 8th graders, again, if we were to vote on it prior to the incoming school year, which would be, end of August, early September of this year, I would not recommend doing it for any of the 9th, 10th, or 11th, 12th graders right now, just to make sure that we're all.
You might have a hybrid or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, we could class rank. What's nice about class rank is it doesn't impact anybody in the school right now. We just take it off the transcript, so it would still be housed. We would still keep it. So you technically could make the change this year, and it wouldn't be moving any goalposts. But that would definitely be a conversation and decision that would be collectively made, and you all would settle on.
So I have to ask this question, is this something that we would have to vote on to take it off their transcripts? And you can keep it internally for right now, or is this something that can just be done?
School committee would have to vote on this. This is part of policy.
So then I would like to ask that this gets put on the, as an action item. for
Would
ne-
you be ready?
Would you be
I
ready
mean,
for
we want to
next?
do it right. We
Yeah,
want to be
I agree.
thoughtful.
Yeah,
Maybe March then, because our next meeting is early because of
fine.
February vacation.
yeah, that's fine. So we could
So-
have more internal conversation, and then
Would
absolutely.
March be an appropriate date, John,
Yeah, we
Isabel
could,
and
we
Chloe?
could definitely have conversations.
or April?
Yeah, elaborate on that for sure. That
The
would-
March meeting would be, right now at this particular time, it looks like March 16th, as the third Thursday, but that's something, I mean, there are 5 Thursdays in March, so that's something we could tweak if we needed to. But, and then April is early because of vacation, but I think this is important to get on as an action item so that we can do this for the next year, so that it's off transcripts
Mhm.
this year.
Mhm.
I think that would be a good decision to do that. I like that idea a lot.
Mhm.
And
Great.
then even if you don't have an answer yet for exactly what you want for the incoming 8th grade, we can still put it out there as discussion of what you feel is appropriate.
Yeah.
But I think it's the right thing to do to take it off the transcripts this year.
So then according to bylaws, we're changing policy and it's a major change. So we'd need two readings.
Okay.
Mhm. Great.
So when you're ready, you let us know. We'll do reading number 1 and then we can go
So
from there.
with that being said, you're thinking now remove it, but we won't have a replacement per se, and then we'll move on voting for a replacement.
I
or
would
we
like
Well,
the
what I
committee,
think would be, I'd bring you an alternative as well. So when we would go back to the
Like to
table,
see.
we really haven't had the conversation about what it might be. Like
Right.
you can even hear that we're a little bit in different places collectively, administratively, and students. So bring something that the Middletown High School student body, administration, faculty thinks is appropriate. And then y'all can have the opportunity to vote, consider, tweak, do whatever it is that you'd like to do.
Yeah, I think it's important to
Fill in the,
reward those students for their hard work somehow.
thank you, thanks.
And we have until the end of the year. I think as long as we have something by the end of the end of the school year, I think would be appropriate for next year's incoming class.
Great.
So,
Thank
Can
you
I
for
ask
Yep.
taking this on.
very strange question? Nothing to, I think proceeding the way you're doing it, I think is fine. Believe it or not, I graduated more than 60 years ago.
Mhm.
There was 1,080 students in my graduating class, graduated in Boston.
Wow.
I wouldn't even have a clue to where I was.
Yeah.
It was probably,
Mhm.
if it wasn't in the middle, it was probably below that. When did they introduce this class rank? Any idea?
Yeah, so it's a practice that's been held for a long time, at least locally, but I think John accentuated the point that, we often, I think, have the idea that we, what we do is what everybody does. And I think in reality, you have homeschooled students that don't have report cards. They get graded on pie charts and they get into Harvard, and depending on where you are and what region you're in and what the flavor is of the space that you're taking school. I mean, I think there's a lot of different mechanisms. Class rank is, grade weighting, class rank, those types of things are very common here in the Northeast. And there's pros and cons to all of them. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation for sure. And I think that, it's been one of the fun things for the first semester at the high school, engaging the student government in some of these like what if conversations and, hearing their thought process and stuff. And obviously, like I said, again, we've got some brilliant kids at the high school that have a lot of great perspective and experience. So.
Has Mrs. O'Brien done any interviewing for the wave? Last
I'm not
wave, I
sure.
didn't see it.
No, I don't.
No.
As chief of the wave. I think there's an article in the works that Chloe Christie's directing.
Oh, there's Chloe, another Chloe, yep, good. Because I think publicity, the getting it out, doing surveys, social media, maybe calling Mr. Shealy, who is the communication specialist from the town, to interview the student council and Dr. Heath, about this thinking. Oh, that's a great job.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
nice job.
everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so just let me say something. This is what it's all about, isn't it?
That's right.
And all those awards before. This is why we're here. So thank
Very impressive MHS High School. I'm very impressed with our student body. Great job. Okay, next we're on to the consent agenda. I need a motion.
Make a motion that the school committee approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All in-
Yes,
Okay.
on the consent agenda, the vouchers, I had talked to Mrs. Craigmire about the vouchers. They're on the town homepage.
Yes.
I want to make sure that we have the exact same information on the Secretary of State page, because an individual from town can go on the state page, a Secretary of State's page, and they can't see that information. And they go on the town and they can see it. So
Mhm.
those two should mirror each other.
So,
So-
yeah,
so I-
thank you for bringing it up, and we did a little research. So when we post the the agenda on the Secretary of State, there is a link that says backup information. Go and you can click on it, and it brings you to that clerk base where they would get that. So that would automatically happen. We also checked other school districts and other municipalities, and on the Secretary of State, it's typically what we're doing. We post the agenda with a link to whatever platform that district or municipality is doing.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, next is new business.
Okay, so tonight we have a presentation. I'm going to ask our special ed director, Sarah Krager, to join us. Sure, I'll put this right one here. Okay, see that. What? They can see it. The audience wants to see that. I want to show this. Just hit this. Just hit share screen. Share screen. So this is not in presentation form, but you'll be able to follow along with us. I certainly hope. So a little bit of background. So just a little bit of background before we get into the presentation and the why, because everybody's interested in why did the Board of Superintendents come to this point? What were the reasons? So this Regional Special Education Board program was started in 1978. Wow, how many of you weren't even born then, right? And it was done really to collaborate as we talk about regionalization, as we talk about other things, as a way to collaborate with new Middletown, Portsmouth, Tiverton and Little Compton to collaborate services. And those services were primarily the regional special education classes. We know with IDEA and least restrictive environment and everything, the model has changed since 1978. And just like you read Good to Great, and you need to retool what we're doing. And that's after a big discussion with the board. It wasn't easy. I mean, I was hired, not by the regional board, but I was hired in Middletown around 1978. And I haven't aged. As a special ed teacher, not in the region, as a local. So, reasons were to have the best services we could provide our students instead of having to send our students to out-of-district placements. So the region collaborated with many, many different programs. So it was always good for the students. The other piece, it was a cost saver. And to me, students are always first, the dollars are secondary. It's what we can provide best for our students. The regional special education program was acclaimed across the state. And really, many of our military families, when they moved here, when I was a special ed teacher and a principal, they would tell me, we moved to Middletown because of the services, our because of the special ed services. And we were always known, I don't think they use this anymore, as a compassionate assignment. So military families who came to Middletown often would have longer duties here if they had special ed students. So, again, I go back, this was it was an emotional decision for the board, but times have changed and we need to recognize that the work that's done in a district is very important. The depth at which a special ed director of a regional program can go is, this far, whereas if each district had their own special ed director, when you look at, Newport or Portsmouth, the job of the special ed director takes on many, many other roles. They're probably the coordinator of a 504. They work for other types of programs that support the district. So that's really why the board made that decision. And I wanted to share that why with you because I think that's really important. I want to thank all the directors too. I mean, Sarah's the third director. Otis Hilton was the first director, and he helped pull together the region. Then we had Don DeCosta, who was the second director of special education, and Sarah. And tonight we have with us our assistant director, Mary Serber. So we thought at this point the time is right to each of us strike out on our own and hire a director of student service or special ed director, whatever the district chooses to call that. But we really had guiding principles. And these are pretty much the guiding principles that I want to share with you as we go through this transition, that all of the students in all of the programs, be it regional or local, will have comparable programs in their home districts. We feel that there will be less transitions for those students. Some of our students do spend time in Tiverton in some of the programs rather than their home school. We want consistency in curriculum since RIDE has really come out with some aggressive curriculum initiatives like our reading program, the math program, soon to be science program, that when those students in the districts that might not be Middletown, they might be involved in a different math program because that's what their math committee and school committee chose, or a different English language arts program. So we wanted to have consistency with our students with regard to curriculum. you know, another guiding principle is we wanted to create that homeschool culture. And all of the directors have done that in the past, and every district, I mean, students that we have from Tiverton, we say, this is your home. We very much, you know, you're not a Tiverton kid, you know, you're our kids, our student. But, you know, making a move like this, it's really creating a homeschool culture. And then our special ed teachers and related service and providers will work with all the students in what you're hearing. And if you were here at our early meetings, what we call a multi-tiered supports, systems of support and branching minds model. So, yeah, all of this made sense to our board. Again, we struggled with it. We said, should we do it now? Should we wait? Is this the right time? But you know, you pull the Band-Aid off, and we need to pull it off, and we need to do what's good for our students. So I'm going to let Sarah talk a little bit about it, because she has, you know, that breadth of experience from the other districts. Sarah.
Okay, I'll just tag
wanna-
team with you. Can you hear me okay? Yes. I just want to talk a little bit more about that last bullet there about special ed teachers and related service providers working with all students. Like Superintendent Krager said, the region's been around for 40 plus years. At that time, all of the special ed teachers, and when I say related service providers, that's like our school psychologists, social workers, speech and language pathologists, OTPTs. They only worked with students who had IEPs. They didn't work with other students in the buildings. As the education laws, special ed laws have evolved, the region has evolved, and we've added more school psych and social workers, more speech and language pathologists to start working with all students. But this multi-tiered system of support is really an initiative that is an all hands on deck of all education, of all educators. So for students who are not eligible for special education yet, they get specific intervention plans. And those intervention plans may have a special education teacher working with them because they have some specialized expertise in instruction. They may have a goal for a social emotional concern, and the school social worker or school psychologist may be working with that child, even though the child doesn't have an IEP. So it really runs deep. It is an all kids agenda. Regular ed teachers are working with special ed teachers, our special ed students, obviously, but now our special education staff is working with all students. It's not just special education students. And something like really quick, just to point out with the law again, there's 14 categories students are eligible for special education services. One is a specific learning disability. Several years ago, even when I started teaching as a special ed teacher, there was one way you determined a child eligible for a specific learning disability. The school psychologist did a psychological evaluation, and the special ed teacher did an educational evaluation. If there was a gap in those two scores, the child was made eligible for services. So we had our special educators just kind of going from district to district and doing that testing. So now that's totally different. Students that are eligible under a specific learning disability, they become eligible based on their response to the interventions that I'm talking about here. So we want to get those interventions in place as soon as we can. So that's just like a really quick example of one disability category.
Okay, so the other guiding principle that we had that I didn't articulate, but the other superintendents on the board are doing is we will be meeting with staff, the special ed staff, to discuss, you know, what the transition looks like. It is the intent that we will need all staff. That's where we're headed now. We will need all staff. The other is we would like to meet with parents as well, any parents impacted, and listen to your concerns and to reassure you, or you give us ideas on how this could work in a better fashion. So those are going to happen within the next few weeks. And After the school committee hears this presentation, they'll make a decision at our next meeting in February to formalize this. Little Compton will make their decision in February and Tiverton as well. So I'm gonna let Sarah talk about the programming. Again, you know, she's boots on the ground and can do that.
Yeah, I just, this slide here really goes over like, what does this mean for my student? If my student in Middletown has an IEP and there's not a regional program, what does that mean? What's going to change for my child? So most students with IEPs are currently serviced in a Middletown school. Those services will remain the same for these students. We're going to have the same staff, like Superintendent Krager just said, as well as all of the related service providers. So it's not going to look different for most of our students. Some students have access to our specialized programs that we have in either Tiverton or Little Compton, and vice versa for the Tiverton and Little Compton students. Some of them come to Middletown. So what each district is going to do is create that program in their own district. And I'll share that with you on the next slide. So if there is a Middletown student who is currently being serviced at one of the regional programs in Tiverton, we would be replicating that program here in Middletown. So even with this in mind and that it might happen, Mrs. Bulk at Aquidneck is already, you know, really thinking about how if she has students come back to her school and she's went over to Tiverton, visited the programs, see what the programs look like. So we're really already kind of planning in case this is going to happen to try and create a smooth transition. And we will be talking with all of the families and meeting with the families who have students in other districts. And then some students receive their services in an out-of-district placement, so not in one of our public school settings. And these programs and services won't change either. As long as their IEP outlines that they need that level of service, they will get that level of service.
Next slide talks about these programs, and I know this is, we need our glasses and magnifying glasses, but I'll let Sarah go through this.
So actually, our Aquidneck currently hosts one of our integrated preschool programs. They have a morning program and a PM program. Sometimes kids from Tiverton come over to this program. This will remain here at Aquidneck, and we will service students in Middletown. That also has some peer role models. So Middletown peer role models are part of that program. So that won't change. We currently have a Pathways to Success program at Forest Avenue. They currently have grades 2 and 3. The Pathways program is housed in Tiverton right now for students K-1. So this is one of the transitions that Mrs. Krager was talking about. They have to go to Tiverton for K-1, and then they come back to Middletown in 2-3. And the Pathways program is a specialized program for students who need more support in kind of regulating their emotions and more of that social emotional support so they can access the curriculum. So we would generate a K-1 into Forest Avenue and have that program at Forest. At Aquidneck, we currently do not have an intensive special education program at Aquidneck. So our students from K-4, oh, I put 4 there, sorry. It should only be 3. Students K-3 attend programs over in Tiverton. So we would be, or Middletown would be developing these intensive special education programs right here in Middletown at Aquidneck. These students really receive a modified curriculum. They have a smaller class size and a lower student-teacher ratio just based on their learning needs and academic skills. There's also speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, and physical therapists that may be part of the related services in that program as well. Our students who are in these programs do go out into the regular classroom for any meaningful learning opportunities and social opportunities. So those are the 3 new programs that Middletown would be developing. All of the other regional programs that are in Middletown will stay in Middletown. but only have Middletown students in them. So I'll just review those quickly. I talked about the to Success, Pathways to Success program. We have one at Gaudet. Did I skip one? We already have one at Gaudet Learning Academy for grades 4 and 5. That will stay. We already have one as well at Gaudet Middle School for 6 through 8. We currently have an intensive special education program at GLA and GMS that works with students grades 4 through 8. So that will remain the same too. Middletown High School hosts a life skills special education program that's been in place for a long time. We have an awesome team there, and that will remain. When the superintendent started to talk about the possible dissolution of the region, I kind of was, well, anxious about a lot of things, but the pre-K programs gave me some anxiety. Those are hard to replicate. And then we have these awesome transition programs that are super hard to replicate. So with some advocacy, although I didn't need a lot of that, the superintendents in Middletown and Tiverton also realize the special programs that we have and the special teams that we have. So we are going to keep those programs as is and come up with a shared responsibility for those services so those students can continue to get that level of support between 18 and 22. That's a transition academy that's currently housed at Gaudet, and Project Search is housed at Newport Hospital.
So again, in terms of staffing, our hope is all current staff would be absorbed by the district they work in. And the district employees would work under their district's contract. And again, our hope is no loss of employment. So that is pretty much the presentation. I know we have many folks who would like to talk to this, and we really welcome your thoughts around this. And oh no, there's another time, finance. For the FY 22-23 budget, we have $12 million based on our enrollment. When you look at the percentage each community paid, Middletown pays about 51.6%, which is $2 million of that. Tiverton pays 43%. That's $1.5 million, and Little Compton only pays 5.4, 315,000. So we would look at reallocating those dollars to fill the positions we need to fill. The classroom teachers, a director of special ed, or a director of whatever a district might call it, an assistant director, a census clerk, and any clerical support. So transportation could be a savings. I know we all want to know, is this going to cost us more? Because I've been touting over years and years and years that a regional program does save us money. It could be cost neutral, or we could have to spend a little bit more money, and we could possibly have a savings. I think it's too early to put that out, to say we could have a savings. We really need, once the school committees vote on this, we will dig our hands in. But when you look at the percentage, if Tiverton decides to withdraw or dissolve, well, they would withdraw, and then it's Middletown and Little Compton, there's not much of a gain for us in Middletown because we pay the lion's share of the costs. So again, Portsmouth School Committee voted to withdraw from the region in 2015. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, one thing I have had the chance and the opportunity to do a similar presentation in Tiverton on Tuesday and yesterday in Little Compton. And one thing that I was saying to the group I was in front of, that, and you may have heard this even in some of the news articles that have been in place, each of the districts have really become their own identity. So even when I started as a director 8 years ago, several things were the same between all three districts. So they shared the same transportation. Everyone used the same transportation company. Everyone had the same student information system. Everyone worked on the same school calendars. So that's not the same anymore. And those are challenges that the region has to work with as far as, when student has to register, and I know I have some families who are out in the audience whose kids are in Tiverton. It was kind of a pain when you have to go to Tiverton and register your student because you just did that in Middletown and you have to do the same thing over in Tiverton just because it's a different student information system. Like those are challenges you shouldn't have to deal with. Parents of students with disabilities are faced with challenges. I always say like this education part shouldn't be one of them. So, just those three small things have presented challenges as the years have evolved.
We have different bus contracts, different carriers. The calendars are different and it has been challenging. So in terms of the timeline, tonight's presentation, we really want to hear from you, but we will be establishing meetings and I'll get those dates very soon for impacted staff and for families in early February. We hope the school committee will deliberate and vote February 16th. After that time, we will be looking for hiring a director and continue program development and assigning students to classrooms that meet the educational needs and to communicate with parents who will be that liaison. And if all this goes through, the last day of the region would be June 30th, 2023. So does the school committee have any questions or you want to do the public first?
We can do the public first. Lori DeFore, you want to come up? Just state your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Lori Dufour. I live in Cockshell Circle in Middletown, and I have a teenage son that's in the high school right now. He's currently in an out of district with the EBW program, which I know you've alluded to in your conversation with Tiverton, which I watched online and with this forum today. I guess my question is, there was a lot of there was talk with the Tiverton meeting that there was a consultant review. And I didn't know if that consultant review was specific to Tiverton only, or was that done also by this district?
So there was a review done. I was not sure about the one they were speaking at in Tiverton. I think the Tiverton superintendent kind of said the same thing. I'm not sure what they were talking about. But when Portsmouth withdrew from the region, the remaining districts did do a
Consultant review.
Yeah.
To decide, it was Futures, I think the name of the consultant was. And at that time, which was, when did
2015?
Yeah, 2015. At that time, the consultant said the region does save dollars. It does provide service, excellent service to our students and families. But that's a while ago. Again, things have changed.
Yeah, well, I'm concerned too, because Portsmouth did break away, and Portsmouth has a lot of challenges and still has a lot of challenges with being on their own. So how do you speak to how Middletown is going to be able to arise to the same challenges that Portsmouth had?
I think, we all learn from each other and hopefully we won't walk down those same, same potholes and develop as much and keep in communication with the parents to make sure the services, we've learned a lot since then. I guess you're going to have to trust us that we hopefully won't fall into those potholes. There might be others, but.
And I noticed you commented about Little Compton and Tiverton. I didn't hear anything about Newport. So is Newport part of this dissolution?
So no, Newport has never been a part of the region. When I came aboard as a special ed teacher for Middletown, I always wondered why Newport wasn't part of it, but they really always wanted to stay by themselves.
Okay.
So, in the future, if regionalization happens, who knows?
And it'll
what
be a
that-
conversation.
That would be a conversation.
Okay. And then you did said that there'll be staff that will be replicating the programs for each district. So are you anticipating adding more staff? And I'm presuming that the savings, the supposed savings, would be used for that allocation, so it's not anything in addition.
Right, that's what Superintendent Krager was talking about. So what money Middletown used for the regional assessment will now just be Middletown's money. So that would be used, reallocated for the staff that they have to bring in. So we talked about 3 new programs, so 3 new teachers, and then those programs would need additional staff, teacher assistants, or BCBAs, things like that.
Right. Now, I understand my son is in the EBW program, and my understanding from the history of the EBW program is that they do change schools. They don't stay usually in one place for any length of time. Do you anticipate the EBW program leaving the Middletown School District?
No, and EBW has been at Middletown High School for some time. It originally started at Rogers. And when I was the assistant director here, I really kind of fought for it to come here to Middletown because some of our families just had some concerns or reservations about having their child go to Rogers at the time. So it's been at Middletown High School for some time. They've really become part of the community at Middletown High School. So there's been no talks of that changing.
Okay. And then the only other thing is, I know you alluded to that there would be, you'd be hiring a new director. So does that mean that you're leaving us as the special education director?
I don't know what that means for me. I love Middletown very much. My kids have gone here. I live in Middletown. Right now, we're really honestly focusing on the kids and families and our staff, and then we'll figure out where we land.
Okay. That was the only questions I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Okay. Geraldine, would you like to come up and talk?
Hello, my name's Geraldine Sobe, 12 Red Cross Terrace, Newport. I actually didn't know I was going to be commenting on this, so I will just change my comment. I guess what you were speaking about, I feel that my grandson, who's in 6th grade at Godet, he's not progressing and he needs more services. And I guess if you want to implement this program here, I don't think he'd be getting more services. I think you're going to be spreading it out, right, for all of the kids in the school. I mean, do they all need therapists? I mean, I don't quite understand what this is all about, to be honest with
So
you.
we would review his IEP and whatever services that are outlined in the individualized education plan. We would give those services, that there would be a team that meets. And if there are more services needed, we'd have to address that. I'll let our director.
Yeah,
talk to that.
and GODA, GLA and GMS are not getting any new programs, so we wouldn't have to add more related service staff. We'd be servicing the kids that are there already. In fact, there are some Tiverton students who are at GLA or GMS that will be going back to Tiverton. Do we have to add more related service, add a Quinnick and Forest
I
staff?
just, it's, I guess, the same services, but I don't have the, like the timeline. I've always wanted, more of the reading, like 5 days a week. I've always wanted more OT. He only gets a half hour a week, which I don't think is, I mean, he's dyslexic, so he needs the technology aspect is, I would think, very important for someone like him. And a half hour a week is, what are you going to get out of that? I mean, and as far as the assistive technology, I mean, we've been talking about this for 3 years and we're just, getting around to it. It's in 6th grade, so I'm just heartbroken for him. I just, I don't know what else you people can do. You've given him services and I appreciate it, but it's not working for him. So that's all I want to say.
No, thank you for bringing that, this, and we need to address that through an IEP and so forth. The conversation tonight is around the dissolving of
This,
that. Yeah.
I didn't realize.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa Maloney?
Hi, everyone. Lise Maloney, 17 Bartlett Road. I'm a parent of a student with disabilities and have been a member of the Special Ed Local Advisory Committee for 5+ years. I'm in favor of dissolving the regional program, but I'm not in favor of keeping the status quo. As was presented in the presentation given by the superintendent and director, we talk about keeping students with comparable services. And I think Geraldine's comments were a good segue into what I'd like to cover. So I'm here to speak on behalf of students with specific learning disabilities, which make up the majority of our students. I joined the local advisory committee because I saw a systemic problem in the services that are provided to our students with specific learning disabilities. We're not providing appropriate services in order for these students to make meaningful progress. We have to do better. Similar to the presentation given about our ELL students, we really need to have this conversation about our students with disabilities as well. So students with learning disabilities have the capacity to develop proficiency in reading and math, just as their peers, but they require specialized and often intensive instruction in order to achieve proficiency. There's a lot of research that's been identified, has identified what these students need to be successful. The sooner students are identified and the appropriate services are provided, the better the outcomes. They can close the gaps and catch up to their peers. The regional program has not provided appropriate services for these students. And this has been historical. And so I think this is an opportunity for us as we look to dissolve the region and create our own program, is not to keep the status quo, but to really look at the services we're providing and make sure that they're appropriate for our students. So I encourage the school committee to look at the outcomes of our students with disabilities, not just the numbers, not how many staff, not how many students. Look at the outcomes. And let's create a special ed program that provides the services our Middletown students need in order to achieve their full potential and what they are entitled to by law. So with these points in mind, I guess my question to the superintendent and the director is sort of, can you speak to academic progress and outcomes and success for our students with disabilities, and how are we going to do better?
So again, the conversation tonight was just to share with you about the disillusionment of the region. I think this is another conversation that we could have.
I guess I think it's important, though, if we're making this, that it's not just numbers, that outcomes need to be.
And I don't want to minimize that. It is an important conversation. And as we branch out on our own, those are important conversations we need to engage with our parents and our staff on how we can we never want to do status quo. We always want to do better. So what does it take to do better? What are the things that we need to do better? More staff, more resources, more opportunities. As we develop our program, those will be part of the conversations, Lisa.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to add in there, with this 2.9 million that we're talking about that Middletown pays right now, and we don't have a financial analysis yet of exactly what the dollars are going to look like to support it on our own. This is a potential discussion with our town council as well.
Right.
So this is not something that we have the dollars just to, yes, we are required by law to provide whatever services are necessary. But that also is a community discussion. It's a town discussion as well. So I just want to put that out there for folks to understand that, you know, when the dollars are allotted to us, that or appropriated to us, that is the dollars that we have. So as we evolve with this process, we are in the middle of budget season right now. So we are projecting, which is very difficult because again, this is really unknown of what's going to transpire in the next couple of months. So keep in mind this discussion and don't hesitate to come back and attend budget meetings. Be part of that process with the town, communicating the needs of our students.
Right. And I guess that's just where my concern is in the presentation, is that there really isn't that discussion of we have more work to do, not just sort of transferring
Absolutely.
But we can't go further until this is voted on. That's the talks are in place, but we have to follow the process by law and the protocol, I mean, the procedures of how we do go through this process of the dissolving the special ed program. So I just want to let you know that too. So this tonight is the presentation. We have to sit on it as a board, and then the vote will happen on February 16th. Our meeting is early this month, in February because of
And then the
vacation.
next step is
The dollars.
the dollars, but also each community has to notify the Commissioner of Education.
So the
that-
dollars are tied to needs as well. So that's, I guess, just where I wanted to make a point that it's understood that there are things that we should want to improve as a district.
And I think
With
that
everything in every program.
Right.
I think that when they're in-house, I believe that we have a lot more potential. I mean, I'm an educator. I deal with early childhood special education on a regular basis. And so with Middletown. And I think it's, we have an incredible program. So I really think that being in-house is just going to enhance it. And I think I think we can make it very successful. So I think with parent
And we want you to be a
input,
part of it.
right, parent input,
As an
community input.
advisor.
Yep. We would love to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
School committee have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you very much,
You're welcome.
Sarah. Appreciate it. We understand this is a very big change and a big decision, and we look forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to stay up here? We do have another presentation. Do you want to let people go if they want to? Or there's another presentation Mr. Hewitt had asked about out-of-district placement.
Sure.
Do you want to ask if people want to leave, they can?
We can take a few minute recess. If people want to leave, we certainly understand that. Thank you very much. Okay, we just reconvened from our recess. On to the next presentation.
Yes, and this is part of a special ed presentation, but not about the disillusionment of the special ed program. Mr. Hewitt had asked a question shortly after he was elected about our special ed out-of-district placement. So rather than send something individually, I thought it would be good for our special ed director to provide this information to everybody. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah. Thank you, Sarah.
Sure. So when we talk about out-of-district placement, it's important to talk about the least restrictive environment and the Individuals with Disabilities Act and how out-of-district placement falls under those laws. Okay. So just to briefly go over IDEA, the Individual with Disabilities Act. This is really the main law that covers students with disabilities ages 3 to 22. There is a process of students becoming eligible for services. I had mentioned that a little bit in my previous presentation in regards to interventions that happen in the regular classroom. We do some evaluations, take all of the data we have and determine whether a child is eligible for services. And when a child is eligible, we develop an individual education plan, an IEP, and those services are provided to the students at no cost to the family. That's the free appropriate public education. So what is special education? So that IEP has many components to it, but it does outline what specialized instruction is going to be. So that is different than what's happening in the regular classroom. It supplements what's happened in the regular classroom, and it is unique to the individual child. So one child's IEP looks very different than another child's IEP based on their disability and their strengths and needs. When we talk about a disability, there are 14 different disability categories under IDEA. So students must have one of these 14 areas, and then The assessments that we do and their classroom performance will indicate whether or not there's a negative impact on their education and whether or not they require specialized instruction. You see other health impairment, like just for an idea, if you don't have an idea what that umbrella is for, we see students who are eligible under that who may have something like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, a seizure disorder, even diabetes. And it doesn't mean that every student, if I just use that example with ADHD, has an IEP, because there has to be a negative impact on their education and then require specialized instruction. So looking at that, I took the areas on which most of our students here in Middletown qualify under. So you can see that almost 30% of our students qualify and have an IEP under a specific learning disability. That means about 70% of our students have an IEP for other areas. So other health impaired and emotional disturbance, autism, you can see them there, and developmental disability. Developmental disability is actually a category that only goes up to a child's 9th birthday. At that time, we do further evaluations to see whether or not the child qualifies for additional services in one of the other categories.
You need to read that number out loud, Sarah. Previous slide.
What's that?
That we provide support services.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
for 382
Thank you.
students.
We-
That's a lot of children.
Yeah, we take that census data December 31 and June 1 of each year. So that number has pretty much remained the same in December. By the end of June, it's typically around 400. So we end up picking up, some more students as the year goes on.
You have December 2023, so you do have to fix that date because it should say 22.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct?
Yes, 22. I will
22.
fix that.
So I have to ask the question, the percentage based on our total enrollment of the district, do we have a percentage by chance, or can we, like, what's
Yeah, I think it's about 16%.
16%? Thank you.
Welcome.
State recommends 17 still, Sarah?
15.
15, okay.
So least restrictive environment. So these are all of the kinds of services a student with an IEP can receive. And even within each of those areas, there's a array of what those services can look like. So if a student comes in kind of early on and maybe we just see that there are some speech or maybe even some fine motor difficulties, a team may do some consultation with the regular classroom team. And we would have providers work with that student in the classroom and consult with the regular classroom teacher. If that doesn't seem to be working and the student's not making adequate progress, we look more into really kind of putting in a more specific direct instruction for those related service providers. So the student would have a goal in speech, for example, or occupational therapy. Most of our students are instructed in the regular classroom. They receive specialized instruction in the regular classroom. So a lot of our elementary classrooms are set up with an special ed teacher and a regular ed teacher, especially during their literacy and numeracy blocks. And they set up their classroom where they're doing some large group instruction, but some small group instruction as well. So they're working on that specially designed instruction I talked about in the earlier slides in the classroom setting. And that can take place 1 or 2 days, or it can take place 5 days, depending on the goals in the IEP. As we monitor progress on the IEP, if we see that the student again isn't making adequate progress, then we kind of move up. We keep moving up this continuum. So we may take the student out of the classroom and provide them with specialized instruction. Maybe the student is highly distracted and works better in a small group or one-on-one, or sometimes the specialized instruction is quite different and needs some significant accommodations, that it's better to do that for that student outside the regular classroom. And students can be outside the regular classroom for parts of the day. Some of our students need to be outside of the regular classroom for most of the day. but we do try and have all of our students, no matter what extent their disability is, have some sort of meaningful participation with our regular ed population. Then if that really isn't working and the students' needs are, we've put all of our specialized supports in place and the student really is not making progress, that's when we may look at that out-of-district placement. And out-of-district placements can look really different. So it's a special education day school. Some special education day schools are schools for students who may be experiencing more behavior dysregulation or emotional disturbance that's really impacting their ability to function throughout the school day. Sometimes it's a student who needs a lot of medical attention, medically fragile students who requires not just a nurse during the day, but other sort of medical interventions. And then finally on that continuum of supports is hospital and homebound instruction. When kids are in out-of-district placement or hospital or homebound instruction, mostly out-of-district placement, we do meet at least on an annual basis, if not more than that. And we always look at the child coming back to school, but we have to make sure they're ready to be successful to do that. Oh, I kind of already said all of that. So I did just note there are some out-of-district partnerships that we do have. Bradley has several schools throughout the state. We are lucky enough to have one close by in Portsmouth and one in South County that's really not too far away, although it is over a couple bridges. Bradley works with many of our students who have some of those some more significant social emotional learning difficulties. Sergeant Day School, Groden Center, Meeting Street School. I talked a little bit about some students who have more difficulty with maybe some medical and need more some of that medical attention throughout the day, so they can work on their goals and make progress towards their goals. Some of the schools also, there are students with autism who really require some specialized instruction from different experts in autism. That's like Pathways Strategic Learning Center, and actually Sargent does that as well. The Career Academy is part of the East Bay Educational Collaborative that Middletown is part of. And there it's really kind of an alternative high school program for students who are having difficulty in the typical high school.
The important thing on this slide is obviously the service for the students, but this is not made, a decision is not made by the director or a principal or a teacher. It is a team that including the parents, that makes this decision.
Based on the data. Yep. So here's, I know the school committee members who were here last year have seen this slide. So you can look in the numbers of students who do access an out-of-district placement. The numbers have stayed really kind of the same, but you can see how the out-of-district tuition has fluctuated. So of course, each year there's an increase in tuition. It's usually between 2 and 5%. But we are keeping a lot of students in our schools. I already talked about a lot of those specialized programs that were meeting the needs of students in our schools. So the students who do require out-of-district placement are students who require a lot of service. So even when they go to an out-of-district placement to receive a small group setting with a behavior specialist and a special ed teacher, and 10 students in the classroom, oftentimes they even need a one-on-one because of safety reasons, to keep them safe. So when we have to send a student out of district and they require a one-on-one or a one-on-one on the bus for safety reasons, that's why those numbers fluctuate.
I just want to comment that the increase of 2 students from 2021 to 21-22 school year was just under $500,000 for 2 students. And I think that's an important thing to note, because yes, the tuition went up overall, I'm sure, across all of those programs. But I think it's important when we talk about special education and that the community understands that we are obligated by law to support those students no matter what their needs are. And that there's always dollars attached to that and prices go up every year, just like they do in our own homes. And so I think it's just important for folks to understand that when we talk about this budget, that it's an important budget. And it's a budget that we're obligated to fulfill and that we should be fulfilling because these students deserve the right to an education like everybody else. And so when you look at almost $500,000 for 2 students in one calendar year, people don't realize that that's a real number, that these dollars go up every single year. And again, it's not just those 2 students, but only 2 students were added, yet the price went up that high. So I just like to make sure that that's clearly understood by the public, that when we talk about this and we go for the tax appropriations, the taxpayers understand that we're not just dumping these money. These students are not overdiagnosed. There's a very clear-cut process to working with students and medical professionals, physicians, psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers. There's an incredible team that's behind the scene for each and every one of these students. Not just the high level districts of out of placement districts. This is every single student in our special education program. That every single child that meets the criteria and it's eligible for special ed services goes through a rigorous process to get to that point. And I just remember years and years and years, I've been doing this for 20 years and years, people saying, oh, you're overdiagnosing students. We don't diagnose. We are not the professionals to diagnose a special needs student. We can identify their educational needs and their social emotional needs through the different team members. But I just think it's important when we talk about special education that it's a very large global picture and a humongous team that each student may require. Some students only require a few services. Other students require potentially 7 different professionals around the table. So there's a lot of cost factor to it, but these students do have the right to a high quality education and the dollars are attached to support them and their needs. So.
And with that said, there are times, often, that families move into Middletown who have a child who has an IEP that already outlines an out-of-district placement. And when a child moves into your district, you are obligated to put that IEP in place as it is outlined. So that child has to attend an out-of-district placement, and there's actually a part of the IEP that says the location of the services, and it says it would be marked special education day school. So we're obligated to have that student attend there. Certainly after 45 days, we give them some time there. After 45 days, we're there meeting to see if that in fact is the level of supports. And maybe they came from a school district that didn't have like the Pathways program that we have, and we can service them better in our schools. So at that time, we would make that transition.
And one more thing I want to add is when we do the budget, lots of times we've been questioned, well, if you know you have these students, why aren't you budgeting for them? Well, we do budget for the students that we have. However, we have a very transient population in this community, and we have a lot of families that come and go throughout the school year. So we may get somebody in November that we have no idea they're coming, and they could be $118,000 tuition that's required. It could be a $75,000 student. It could be a $125,000 student. So we never know that, and we get a lot of new registrations in the fall, late summer, early fall. We get new families that come in November. We get new families in March. People move to this community because we have a good educational system. So I just think that's important that we can budget all day long, but when somebody new moves in and then their student has special needs, then we are obligated and required and will provide every bit of those services for that student, no matter what the price tag is. So I just like to put that out there because I think that a lot of times we get attacked for our budget, and this is something that's really important to be clearly understood in the community and to our taxpayers. So I just had to add that.
Mr. Hewitt, did you feel you got those answers?
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much, Sarah. That was excellent.
Nice
Yeah,
job.
you're
Thank you.
welcome. If anything else comes up, of course, just ask me to come back.
We're good.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, we're still on new business, so Mr. Hewitt asked to put on the agenda to discuss the process used to extend the superintendent's contract extension. So I just want to clearly talk about, and we did talk about this on the December 1st meeting. I'm sorry, the November 10th meeting, when the contract was extended for 1 year for the superintendent. Just want to discuss the process that we went through for that contract, for that decision and that vote. When we did the superintendent's evaluation in the late summer, early fall, we were going to put this on the agenda sooner, but we were focused on regionalization. We made the decision to put it on the agenda for the November meeting prior to election, when the agenda was posted, because we felt that it was important that if we did renew the contract for extend it for 1 year, I should say, that we would have the stability to transition with Newport if a regionalization program was passed by both communities. With the relationship with the Newport superintendent, Colleen Germain and Mrs. Krager have had a longstanding relationship, and we had lots of meetings discussing the potential educational opportunities for regionalization, et cetera. We as a board, the current board at the time of those 5 members, felt it was a critical decision to make and be able to continue that relationship if regionalization passed. And at the same time, if regionalization did not pass, we felt the consistency of the 1 year contract to be able to keep Middletown moving forward, whether it was transitioning a new superintendent in, or whether it was like we are right now, working with the building committee, working on what is going to be best for Middletown overall. So all of these things came into our discussion prior to making this decision. Another factor was the relationship of the town council and the finances, making sure that we continue to improve that, knowing that we were talking about consolidation already of finance department. So all of these things were part of it. One more other thing was we have 3 contracts that we're working on. We felt it was best with this decision to ensure fair and equitable contracts with a history and the knowledge that the superintendent has had for the past 20 plus years. The biggest thing about this 1 year contract of that we did is a 45-day clause. It's a win-win situation, which we all felt it was reasonable. It is essentially a 45-day contract. There's a 45-day clause in this. There's 45 days that the superintendent could walk away if she so chooses, or there's a 45-day clause that the school committee can make the decision that the relationship was over. Either way, there was no dollars attached to that, except within those 45 days. There was no raise, no salary, no other financial obligation on the part of the school committee to pay for any dollars involved in this contract. We also had advice from legal, and school committees engage in contracts that bind future committees all the time. Things like collective bargaining contracts, administrator contracts, bus contracts, copy machine contracts. Those contracts typically are 3 to 5 years long. So those votes happen all the time around election time. When new committees are coming in, the current committees bind these contracts to keep the process of the districts going. So with the legal advice and all of the different factors that we took into consideration as the current school committee as of November 10th, I apologize, I don't know what that Thursday was, but I think it was the 10th. We went into executive session prior to our meeting. We discussed this item on the agenda, and we came out and made an executive decision and voted on extending the superintendent's contract for 1 year with that 45-day clause and with no dollars attached to the contract. So I just wanted to be very clear of this. I know I discussed it that night a few months ago, but I feel it was very important to bring it up again since Mr. Hewitt wanted to talk about it. So please feel free, Mr. Hewitt. I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about it as well.
I wanted to bring it up because I had a lot of people out in town asking about it, and a lot of people were upset by it. So I called Bill Connell and Tammy Holden and talked to Teresa Spangler before that vote was ever taken. And I advised them that I thought it was unethical, that there was no urgency in doing it. that there were two new people who were going to be seated in less than 2 weeks. And there was no need to do that contract until the new committee was seated. And that two people, the two outgoing committee members, didn't have to live with that decision. But the two new committee members, Wendy Heaney and I, had to live with that new decision. And so I thought it was unethical. And I want that put into the record. And that's my piece on it. I think it was wrong. I thought it should have waited because regionalization was not an issue at the time and there was no urgency to do it. And that has no reflection on Mrs. Craigmeyer. I just thought the process was wrong. Shouldn't have been done like that. Thank you.
Thank you. I, absolutely appreciate your input. I just am going to comment on the word unethical. Unethical really is defined as not morally correct. And we didn't do anything as a body immoral. And so I think that that's a very strong word. I am personally, I'm not speaking for the rest of the board. I based on the information and the legal advice, in my vote to make my decision as part of that process, I did not feel I was doing anything unethical because there was no financial issues and it was a 45-day contract. With a new board coming in, whether it was one new member or two new members, there's such a learning curve. To extend that process further was not what we had decided as a body. So I respect where you're coming from. I don't agree with it. We can respectfully agree to disagree, which is perfectly okay. But the word unethical, I struggle with that, with a definition of what unethical really means. But again, you are absolutely entitled to your opinion. But I feel it that you wanted that on public record, but I feel also on public record that it was important to present the process of where we came from to come to that decision with the facts, the information, and the legal advice. So.
I'd like to make a simple comment, because I was there and I weighed everything, and the only thing that came out of my mind was not only I think it was a good deal for the school system, but I was envisioning stability. It was going to be stable, even despite how the election came out, whether we regionalized or we didn't. I was grateful or thankful that Mrs. Krager would take this contract. No money or anything was involved, but I'm saying we got to keep this thing stable for a year or two. Okay. So far it has been stable. I mean, I can remember back to when I first walked in here, we tore down Linden School. We, pardon my French, but we dumped the JFK onto the school committee.
Under the town.
Under the town council. Okay, and then the big issue that came in that I was well aware of, I'm not aware of it. That's when we got the funding formula from the state came in, and that really clobbered us. That really took money. Barrington gets money. We get money taken, 200-300, almost $500,000 a year. The state disappeared. Anyway, stability was my view of that contract for the school system.
I agree with you, Bill and Teresa. I think that the consistency and the stability, and we made a decision for the best interest of the community at the time.
Right. Wendy, do you want to say any comments? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to action items. I need a motion on homeschooling.
I make a motion that the school committee approve homeschooling 22-23-33.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I need a motion on the MOA for 21st Century Technology and Furniture Fund.
I make a motion that the school committee approve the MOA for the 21st Century Technology and Furniture Fund, SBA Capital Fund.
Second.
Any discussion?
So this was a grant that we learned about probably end of November or mid-November. Already, as soon as our technology director heard about it, we talked to our principals about it, and this is the list. We need all your signatures, and we can submit this tomorrow. Kiki has the signatures after the meeting.
Okay,
Thank you, David, for doing that too.
thank you. All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I need a motion on policy number 7060, suicide prevention, first reading.
I make a motion that the school committee approve the suicide prevention first reading.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just want to let you know that our staff went through approximately 3-hour training last Thursday. You could go today. Everybody, central office, custodians, clerical, our teacher assistants. So that's mandatory training,
Excellent.
as is the policy.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. I need a motion on policy number 7060A, suicide prevention protocol, first reading.
I make a motion that the school committee approve suicide prevention protocol first reading.
Second.
Any discussion? I'm assuming this is right, following up on that. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I need a motion on policy number 7050, anti-discrimination, anti-harassment, and grievance procedures, second reading.
I make a motion that the school committee approve the anti-discrimination, anti-harassment, and grievance protocol second reading.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I just have a correction. The policy section where it talks about nonverbal sexual harassment. I think I might have brought this up last time. It had, I think it's supposed to be saying cornering. And it said something different last time, and it's today says corning, corning. So
We'll
I'd
correct
just like
that.
to have that corrected.
It's typo.
I'm spelling.
Proofread anything I write.
Yeah,
That's
it
it.
just, it's
Around
under
to
the
say-
nonverbal sexual harassment, like the
amended.
definitions
Okay.
section.
Okay, done.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
So let's redo that, motion. Well, no, we have to
Just amend it.
just amend it. Yeah, so I want to make amend that emotion based on the typo, the correction.
Okay, so I make a motion to amend.
Amendment. That be,
Excuse me.
would it be approved based on amendment?
Make a motion to amend.
Yeah, we have to make a motion to amend it.
Make a motion to amend, that the school committee amend the anti-discrimination, anti-harassment, and grievance protocol second reading
Second.
Based on,
Correction.
based on the correction, spelling correction
Verbal correction.
under, what was it, verbal harassment,
Nonverbal
Nonver-
sexual harassment.
verbal sexual harassment.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I make a motion on the assistant network administrator and lead technician job description, second reading.
And I make a motion that the school committee approve the assistant network administrator and lead technician job description second reading.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I need a motion on I make a motion that the school committee approve the building committee recommendations to build a combined high school and middle school and allot dollars for capital improvements to our elementary pre-K to 5.
So moved?
All in favor? Oh, wait,
Discussion.
I'm sorry.
We have our co-
Discussion.
We have our co-chair,
Mr.
Ed-
Brady.
Mr. Brady here. Our building committee did a super job last night to our town council. So, Mr. Brady, if you.
I should have said I need a motion and I said to make a motion. It's all right.
So after much deliberation back and forth, we have a plan. We finally see what our stage 1 application looks like,
15 pounds.
15 pounds. Someone asked me, why didn't I do a mic drop? And I'm afraid it would have caused a little stir up in Smithfield, which is a seismic station that measures earth motion. But it clearly brings out the point that we have of the condition of our schools. It's a big nut. There's no question about that, folks. We looked at many options, as most of you know. We crossed many paths, try to put some things together, try to save our schools. But when we were all done, I think that simply can say we would have had a 1962 DeSoto, and if you restore a car, you're not going to drive it every day and use it. And really, do you want to drive around in a 1962 DeSoto? So it's certainly a process that we still have to go through. We have a very tight schedule to do our stage 2 application. And it's unfortunately, we're going to be spending these dollars and at the town level prior to bond. You know, it would have been so much nicer if everything worked out for us that we could have developed our plan, did some of this work with using bond funds, but we can't because of the timing. The reason I think most of you are aware of the timing issue is we're trying to salvage those 17 percentage points of the bonuses. And we're under a tight schedule. Right now, just to tell you that our consulting team met today at 11 o'clock and formulated plans, and they're going to be presenting us with more information on our meeting on the 1st. And then naturally, Sean brings that then to the town council on the 6th. So that's the status as it stands right now. Any other questions?
A great job last night.
Thank you.
I agree. Yes, very good job last night.
We,
thorough and understandable, and even we had a few COVID absences
right.
With a couple of folks out who were part of the big presentation, and it was pretty seamless, even though they weren't there. It was great.
I just, I think it's going to be a little bit of a sticker shock on our tax rate for certain. But the option is worse because I think in the long run, we will find out that if we don't do anything, the school buildings are going to decide it for us. They're not getting any younger like the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed.
And I will send the presentation out that the building committee presented last night to our staff tomorrow in my update.
Okay.
Can I make a comment? Even though I'm worried about a few things on this building proposal, new building proposal, I will be voting for it because I think it needs to be done. I'm still a little nervous on what we're going to do with the elementary schools. Also interested in what we're going to do with this building, except that I think they want to tear it down and build low-income housing.
They do.
Yeah, well, they do.
Affordable or senior housing.
Senior housing.
Yep.
What?
No, it doesn't. That's what they said last night.
I thought they
They'll
were
gut,
gonna,
they'll gut this, and schools make very good senior housing.
That's
High
true.
ceilings usually. And
As far as you're concerned about the elementary schools, we are looking at that. Certainly what $20 million that's in this bond
yes.
is going to be put to get our elementary schools that we can continue to use them till we can afford to go out for a future bond. And I think if any of you were at the presentation, you could see where there is that period of time where we cannot go out for further bonding because we're at our limits for our rating. So therefore, that's one of the reasons why our consulting team put together that $20 million figure into there so that we can stretch the life of our elementary schools out. And if all the buildings, for example, Forest Avenue is in the best shape of all our buildings. It's considered to be in fair condition. Where Quidnick has its issues, we can salvage take care of a lot of those problems with that $20 million. And I think we'll be able to get its facility condition index risen up a little bit above what it is right now. And we have spent dollars on a Quidnick school as well, with the ventilation systems and so forth in the kindergarten wing. But the challenge certainly is going to be the lifts. But they think that we'll be able to come up with a solution for those.
Yeah, well, as I said before, we definitely need to move ahead.
Mhm.
That's voting part. Are we going to have an election in November? I'm sorry. How about April?
It's going to be April, May timeframe. Sean right now is working on the enabling legislation and working with our people up north and our state legislatures. And two of the things that we're hoping for is increase our base aid from 35 to 40%. The other thing we're trying to do desperately is to get them to extend the bonuses on the requirement for us to have a contract signed by December of this year. If they extend it to the end of the fiscal year, we're going to have enough time to develop plans and specs and go out to bid instead of having to pay the expense of a construction manager, which is another savings right off the top.
The other question I have, my concern is the 4th and 5th graders.
Yes, that is something we are working on right now. And again, that is in that $20 million. As to how we're going to house them and where we're going to house them. We have to work that detail out. But right now, all these details need to be worked out for our stage 2 application. So we have to put it all on the table by June. So that's why time is very critical for us at this point.
Now, they will tear down what is now the Gaudet School after the new, what I call mid-high school, 6 through 12 is completed, correct?
The whole plan is not to cause any student teachers the inconvenience of living around major modifications and construction. And we don't have to pay to put temporary classrooms in, which is another expense that just is for nothing. So that's the plan we're going to work on right now, as to whether we keep sections of the high school with that 20 million so we can house the 4th and 5th grades in it, or at Gaudet Middle School. You know, all these things still have to be worked out. We have to scramble and get this plan together, because that's a question certainly not only you are going to ask, but RIDE will be asking us of the same thing.
Well, as I said before, I think we need to move ahead. Okay. A little chaotic, and I think what the Fed is going to be doing this summer, I have no idea on the budget, but that's not our concern.
Well,
We
I
gotta
think
live with it.
I think the thing comes down to is we know that the voters in Middletown, you know, overwhelmingly approved of us with the 82% reimbursement that regionalization would have given us. But now what's happening is we could get that percentage of reimbursement from the state up to a level. Now, certainly when the bond council spoke to us the other night, last night, he was very conservative. He was, you know, I'm not going to make any assumption. I only work from what I know right now. And that's the thing we have to keep in mind. We have to continue on what we know right now. And if we delay any longer, for example, our FCI, right now we're having a facility condition index done on the high school and the middle school. Because the last time it was done was in 2017 as part of the Jacobs report. So therefore, that will be upgraded as well. Because it's all part of what we need to do to justify to RIDE and to State School Building Authority to give us the go-ahead to proceed with this. But I think, again, stop and think about the fact that the voters overwhelmingly, you know, supported us doing something about our schools.
I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
You think Sean is going to get more than 52.5% for us? That's, you don't have to.
All I know is we got to keep moving, you know, and I
That's
think
what I keep saying.
but you know, time is up. And I think one of the things that I've been amazed about is how quickly we have been able to turn things around and move, because if we weren't, there's just no way. So if we turn around and come back to us and say, well, let's go for the less expensive end and build elementary schools. We don't have time, number one. Number two, we're only taking care of 25% of our problem. Right now, what we're proposing to you is to take care of 75% of our problem, facilities-wise and educationally. Because I think if you did a little checklist of what schools are deficient in educational program support, I think you would find our high school and our middle school are at the top of the list.
Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. We've had a great discussion. Thank you, Ed Brady, for all of your service and time. We really appreciate it. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, motion carries. Next, I need a motion that the school committee approve the budget adjustments for fiscal year 21-22, which are grants and fiscal year 22-23 general fund.
Do that part. I make a motion
say
that
mo-
the
just
school,
say so moved.
this, so moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
So budget adjustments are usually made in the ordinary course of business. It's normal activity that we do. You know, a budget is a plan. I compare it to like Waze, you know, you put the destination where you want to go and then you run into traffic and they reroute you another way. At the end of the day, they get you to your destination. Same with the budget adjustments. It doesn't change the bottom line in any way. So adjustments are made on line items. As I said, the bottom line remains the same. We have been closely monitoring our line items. There's been oversight by our town finance office. Our town finance office does not approve anything that there's not a budget for. So it's a reallocation of those lines. For example, workman's comp is paid. We budgeted a little bit over. So whatever was budgeted over in that line, we applied to lines that were short. Another example is property and liability. That the bill has been paid. Here goes this cough. The bill has been paid and that was over. So we applied what was over to other lines. We will have future budget adjustments as we go forward. Again, what we are going to use adjustments that we've made so far and in the future are going to help inform us for the FY24 budget, which means that we will propose budget adjustments this year. We'll analyze those and then make the adjustments for the FY24 budgets. The adjustments are necessary so that the town can see that we have resources for those lines that are in deficit. These adjustments are made every line item that were looked at, and these which are some of them. As I said, we will have more. The other area where we took some dollars to cover our lines was salaries. We saw that we had somewhat I call breakage or unfilled positions, and we moved some of those dollars to the line. So again, we do this in the normal course of business. And it does help inform us for our FY24 budget. And just like Waze, it gets us to our destination. The bottom line does not change.
I had a question. There's 7 line items. They're all stipends. Almost $100,000, 27,163, 16,800, 10,000, 5,000, 10,118, 21,600, and 1,000. What specifically stipend? What were those earmarked for?
So stipends are, our directors get a stipend at the high school for director of math, science, and PE. That could, I'm gonna ask, she has.
What lines, you know?
The first one was line 2101110.
Oh, are you,
They have a PDF.
are you talking about the FY22? Okay, so that's all,
Those
that's
are
all
grants.
grants.
Okay.
So what I can look up what that grant funded stuff was and get that to you, but that
Sure.
was all,
Okay. I was just curious.
whatever was, if that's all grants you're looking at, no general fund stuff at all.
Okay.
So it would have been whatever was going on with the program, maybe of that particular grant.
Okay. Thank you.
So when coaches get,
Yeah, but what he's
no,
asking.
no, I know,
for
but
is
I'm just
grants.
saying on other, not this, but their, department heads get stipends, coaches get stipends, you know, and that's out of the general fund, obviously, but those are just so you know, when you see something like that, that's not a bonus. It's because they're doing above and beyond their job. So it's a separate dollar amount than what goes into their salary. So and because different people, there's a yearbook person, that all of those people in those different positions may get a stipend for their extra duties that they do above and beyond.
And it's contractual in many cases.
And yeah.
Okay.
So if they're doing something like, then it would need to be, if it's a department head, then it's in the contractual agreements, but it's still a separate dollar amount. It doesn't go in their salary. It's a different line item for some of those stipends.
The
Right.
stipends are a different line code, and then it
That's what I mean.
depends on what it is, if it's like applicable to retirement or not.
Right.
So.
Most of the grant stipends are for work that's done in addition to the school day.
Right.
So if we're asking somebody to be a coach of some sort, not a sports coach, but like maybe it's one of our MTSS coaches who works with other teachers on responding
Use
to
the
intervention.
Microphone. 'Cause this is,
Yeah, we don't have to take any more time.
I think that's
Just-
what,
if you
I
just
think
let-
that's
let
what
me
we're
know
looking at.
What it was earmarked for.
okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor for the budget adjustments?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I need a motion on the school committee calendar, budget workshop calendar.
Make a motion that the school committee approve the budget workshop calendar.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Trying to get to that last part, I'm sorry. Okay, I make a motion that I move that the school committee approve a proposed joint meeting with Newport School Committee to discuss opportunities to collaborate and share services. And I want to, I'll wait till that's president, just, I shouldn't have made,
Am I so moved?
yeah, so.
Right?
Second for the discussion.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So, what I think is important right now is that Mr. Rowe had some very good comments. Newport School Committee is not real helpful right now with regionalization in their position. A lot of people in Newport would like to see regionalization happen. And I still think that's something that we need to work towards. As Mr. Hero mentioned, the documents and the emails that he had, discussions he had with. So let's read this and as a draft proposal. Propose a subcommittee be formed to address curriculum development and best use of resources in a regionalized environment. This subcommittee should be made up of volunteers and should represent teachers, parents, students, and union representatives. This subcommittee is envisioned to function much like what our present building committee has, with one exception. In addition to the formation of this subcommittee, a joint committee made up of Newport's School Committee and Middletown School Committee members should be formed in order to provide guidance to the curriculum development subcommittee and accept recommendations made by this subcommittee. So I would like to see something like that happen. One, to at least force Newport School Committee to publicly say they are going to work with us or not. I think that's important. I think people in both communities, Middletown and Newport, want to see that. So I think from a political statement, I think it's important that we do that. And two, based on what the building committee has done with the makeup of that, they have done an incredible job, and it's grassroots, and it's people in the community who have the expertise to do that. And so if we stood up a subcommittee similar to that makeup that reported to this joint school committee of Newport and Middletown, I think we can make a lot of headway on all the things that people have talked about and some of the things that Mr. Hero talked about. I'll leave it at that for discussion.
Okay, I think that's an excellent idea. I think that prior to developing a committee though, I think the superintendent needs to work with the Newport superintendent to set this up, because I don't think that's our place. I think that would be between the two superintendents to start to develop a plan of how could we pull the school committee members together to start this process. I really think that would need to happen. I have no problem reaching out to the Newport school committee chair. I certainly am willing to do that once I know what Newport and Middletown superintendents think would be the best path.
Could be part of an agenda.
Yeah, we could.
Should the Newport School Committee decide to meet with us, we could make that part of the agenda and develop a shared vision of the work that we want to do together. You know, I feel like we're always reaching to Newport. Is Portsmouth an option too? You know, I don't know. I just throw that out.
I mean,
I have to tell you, years ago, I don't know if you were on, we used to have quarterly meetings of the school committees from the three communities. And the three superintendents would develop the agenda with their chairs. And there was good dialogue. A lot of shared services did result. We had a joint alternate learning program. There were good ideas that really came out of it to move all of the districts forward. So
the idea behind this though is regionalization with Newport and Middletown, which has been, I mean, it only fell by 391 votes. And there's still a lot of people who want to see that happen. And
Yeah.
so I think if we publicly did that as a school committee, because I look at that as a school committee responsibility. If we propose that and pass that, and then let you as a superintendent take the lead on it with the superintendent of Newport. One, it would fast track it because we've been talking about this for a long time and nothing gets done. And this is a way we could push it forward pretty quickly and get some traction.
So I agree with that. And I think that there's a strategy that we need to come up with to do this. I also think it's important, though, that at this point, Rogers is Rogers and cannot be anything but Rogers High School. And Middletown does need to move forward with this middle school, high school plan.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we can't look at regionalizing a school district right now. In my opinion, we should approach this to start the process of regionalizing services. That we could share services more than what we're doing right now. I think we need to be careful not to confuse the public and not have this special bond pass. If we're going to put this on the ballot in April, we need to be very clear that Middletown's going in this middle school, high school direction. We can't let all of this with the building committee go away. And then we're still in a difficult situation, because if Newport rejects again, for whatever reason in the future, and who knows when that would ever go back on a ballot again, because that would be a whole new legislative.
I'm not saying mess with either one of those.
I know, but we have to be careful when we do it in public, though. You know, when we want to say we want to talk regionalization, I think we need to be careful not to confuse the community about building our building as a Middletown community. You know, that this middle school, high school would be a Middletown building. And I think we need to be careful how we do it. I don't have a solution. I'm just putting that on the table that we just approved for the building committee to go forward. So did the town council give their blessing last night. We've got this huge, massive rush that we're into between now and April. I don't want to confuse the
All
public.
we're talking about is standing up a committee, a subcommittee and talks with Newport School Committee. That's what we're talking about.
So then if I agree, and I'm all for that. I would be really more comfortable by taking the word regionalize out and maybe use words like shared services, or, you know, look deeper into our CTE shared, you know, in their career tech and be able to work in that respect. I think using the word regionalization right now, when we're in the midst of trying to do this, it might cause some question.
I agree with, and I like the idea of
like the
meeting
idea.
together with all of the school committees and, you know, to discuss the opportunities today to collaborate with the principal and with the high schools. And in the future, start looking into regionalization, because, you know, I like that idea, looking down the road, as that, who knows what's going to happen down the road. And the more you know about it, you know, the better, the more knowledge you have on the topic. So I like them both. And I think regionalization is such a hot word. What does it even mean anymore? To be careful about that, but I love to put that together.
I
It
agree.
could happen organically when you
Yeah.
bring the groups together. You know, Mr. Haru's plan, you know, a committee is a sound one. It's grassroots. But to impose that, it's up to you.
Yeah, but so what we're asking though, what we want to do is we want to say to Newport School Committee, will you engage?
I will, I will reach out to, Becky Boland, Rebecca Boland, and I will absolutely, and that's something that we would have to advertise the meeting. We did the joint meetings prior to the vote. We did one here. They did one at CCRI. We engaged in a lot of conversation. The two superintendents came up with, at our meeting here, the two superintendents sat up here and came up with a whole presentation of academic ideas, curriculum ideas, so all of that was presented, but I'm more than happy to meet with them. I just think that we need to be careful. Maybe what we can do is I can reach out to Becky, see if we can create a date and a time and or have an open dialogue of what our possibilities are in the future. But I have to be honest with you, I'm concerned about using the word regionalization right now. I would be more comfortable with the word shared services and shared curriculum opportunities or something.
Can we take this on two levels with the superintendent's meeting from their side of things and talking about the shared services and us working with the other committee? And as Rosemary said, maybe this kind of transforms organically into something. And as we move forward, we say, hey, let's form a little subcommittee here where we can get together and discuss a lot of these things. So maybe approaching it on the two levels, from your perspective and you meeting and kind of let this work through that way. I mean, I understand what you're saying as well, but maybe taking a less aggressive approach.
And it would come down the path and probably get there. And then it would be great to get more information on it.
Let it happen naturally, like we can make it evolve as it evolves. But I am more than happy to talk to Becky and set something up the next, I can report back to you in a few weeks because our meeting's only a few weeks away. Bill, go ahead.
All right. Most of you might say I've been around too long, and I probably agree with them. But I've sat down in the Newport Library with the Newport School Committee. And I'm pretty sure Lee Ann Fenton was there. And the first thing you do, I want you to do, talk to the people at Bristol Warren, talk to the people in Charahoe. I don't know. And they'll tell you that getting together, regionalization is not a good idea because you never agree upon the student price. The biggest problem I have with us joining with Newport, not that I love the idea you're talking, but they don't introduce the number important thing in education, discipline. You gotta have discipline. And they're lacking that down there in Newport and they won't do it. And sometimes kids just don't fit. So I don't think I would never vote against trying to talk. And we do a lot of things with Newport, especially through the tech. And one of the best questions that came up last night at that meeting was Paul Rodriguez saying, hey, what about the tech school? Day I walked in here, the first thing I learned, we're going to send everybody to college. That was the big thing back 10, 12 years ago.
Prepare everyone.
Prepare everybody for college, okay? I've introduced an idea, but you're not ready for it, is that we bring kids up to the 10th grade. And then the 10th grade, they either do an academic or a tech school. Things are gonna change a lot quicker in the next 10 years than they ever changed in the past 10 years. You gotta have discipline. And if you don't have it, and that's your biggest problem with joining the middle schools together.
Oh, well, that's not on the table anymore since what's on the table is Middletown's going to build a middle school, high school
All right.
combination. So, well, I think this motion has been made that the school committee approve a proposed joint meeting with the Newport School Committee to discuss opportunities to collaborate and share services. I have no problem reaching out to Becky. As I said, we can vote on this and make a decision to propose this joint meeting and go from there. I think, Mr. Hood, if you just hold off on that aspect of it, that can be part of our dialogue with them, you know,
Subcommittee.
to see what goes from a joint meeting first.
See if
And
they're
let's see
interested.
where they're at. I mean, I think we don't want to jump to conclusion. I think we just need to see where
Open up a dialogue.
the other side is coming from. So if we're okay, and then at the same time,
I think it has to be a very measured approach.
if you could, right, and we could talk about what our how we could strategically do this and what would be, before we have a meeting with them, I think we need to have a strategy of what our plan is. We need to be organized. I don't want to have the meetings like one of them was very interesting, and the dialogue was very back and forth, and they weren't on the same page. And I think it's important as a body that we can have differences of opinion, but we still need to be kind of on the same page of respect and common courtesy.
You know, and one of the things in facilitating a meeting or having a meeting like this is kind of airing, you know, what were the hesitations of the regionalization, and then, you know, lead us to a joint subcommittee. So.
Let's see if they're willing to talk first.
Yeah, I think it's the approach, you know.
Yeah, if you use the word shared services, I'm all for it.
Okay.
But for you talk about regionalization, you're talking money. And you're not gonna save money. That's what I can't get that. I don't even talk about. You regionalize, you will lose money.
Well, we're not there right now, so that's already dropped
You're
in the
gonna
hole
use
for the
shared
moment. So let's
services and
talk
all
about
that.
shared services
There's
and
so many- I think there's so many things that we
opportunities.
can start to do
Mhm.
better together.
So do you want me to?
And it's about building the relationship.
Well, we already have this motion on the table.
Okay.
And this has just been the discussion. So I think if you're comfortable with this, with the way it's phrased, where it says to discuss opportunities and to collaborate and share services.
And you're just saying you're proposing to them.
We're
that
proposing,
gonna
yeah,
meet,
you-
and that's-
this
and then
is-
we- yeah.
This is that we're approving a proposed joint meeting, which then I will reach out and report back to you and let you know what they say. If you're okay with that.
We got our cough.
Sorry. I sucked in the wrong way. I can't even breathe tonight. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I need a motion on the proposed. Read the motion.
I make a motion that the school committee
been a long
approve the proposed change in school committee meeting times.
Second.
But we don't know what, you need a discussion.
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 All right, so we're the only school committee in the state that meets at 3:30. None meet at 4, none meet at 4:30, none meet at 5. Lincoln meets at 6. Coventry meets at 6. North Kingston meets at 7. Barrington meets at 6:30. Cranston meets at 6. Bristol Warren meets at 7. Jamestown meets at 6:30. Newport meets at 6:30. And Portsmouth meets at 7. I looked through all the websites and I could probably find another 20 examples. We need to get parents here. And I've talked to one other school committee member for, and asked him, I said, would you, and it was these times, I said, would you have kids come for awards? And he said, yes. And I said, do you have any issues? He said, no, absolutely not. So, and if I was being cynical, I'd say, we do this at 3:30 because we don't want parents here. We're the only one in the state that has this meeting before 6 o'clock. Parents can't get here before 6 o'clock because they all work.
I have to disagree because tonight this room was packed and by 4:30, this room was full to the top. So in that respect, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that on the other side of the table, as when my children were little as a parent and I had to start my meeting at 7 o'clock and I wasn't getting out of here till 11:30, as a mom with a child, a 5-year-old and an infant, it was not fun. So I think that at the same time, I do want to comment. I know, Mr. Hu, you want to talk about it too. And, but I want to just mention this first. Our meetings are to do school committee meetings are to do school committee business in public, which was what we do. We also have the opportunity to do our student awards so that parents are accessible. If a student can't make one meeting, we certainly make sure that we offer that as an option to come to the next. We do have access during, after, and multiple ways to talk to the committee if they want to present something via Zoom, letters, phone calls, and emails. The meeting time is to ensure we can have all committee members available to complete the business. Obviously, we want to be able to have the public input. That is an important part of this process. But if somebody came and said, I can't make the meeting at this particular time, we would be able to add them to the agenda at a later time in the meeting. So our meetings are not 35 or 40 minutes. I have no problem adjusting the meeting to a little bit. I'm proposing a 4 o'clock time frame. We can start an extra half an hour later than what we typically do. But in my 20 years of doing this, I have not heard anybody say that they were upset about not being able to attend our meetings at our times. I recall numerous people didn't like the meetings being so late because they're of the elementary students to be able to present awards like this. So I think tonight was a classic example when this room was absolutely filled to capacity when we have sports teams and stuff come. We go around the students and athletic teams and things like that to make sure that we ensure that they're able to come. So I appreciate you doing that research. I certainly understand where you're coming from. I don't think we have to do what other districts do. I think our district has to do what is right for our district. So I personally would prefer to go at 4 o'clock. I am certainly open to Tammy, Wendy, Bill, what is your take on
Well,
time?
like I always like to add a little humor, like 10,000, what I had 1,080 people in my graduating class. If you ask me what my class rank was, wouldn't have an idea. The only comment I'll make, I like the 3:30 or usually ends up being 3 o'clock because I miss the traffic at 4. And that's the reason I love it. I get there, I know, I can look at my rear view mirror and all I see is the traffic coming. So that's it, but I'll be happy with whatever the committee decides.
Tammy?
I feel similar. I mean, I like it early for no other reason than I like it early. And that's just me. There's no ulterior motive. I can accommodate. I don't like it too late though. I'm more functioning early than I am later, and I get up early. But I can push it back a little bit.
I'm up
You know,
at
we can
5 in
meet-
the morning, so
Meet in
for
the middle
me,
somewhere.
heading on to 8 o'clock this evening for me is I'm usually tucked in home, trying not to fall asleep on the couch.
I'm up at 5 o'clock too.
However, that being said, I do agree that we need to make sure that we are accessible to family members who are working. We have our meeting once a month, so if someone knows something is coming that they want to speak to, I guess the difficult part of that is that maybe our agenda isn't out. We try to get it out early enough for someone to see that. So if someone's working till 5 o'clock and they can't get off in time to come to a meeting that they want to present or have something to say. So I like the idea of pushing it back a little bit, being very good about getting our agenda out there. I think, your special ed folks knew today that was going to be a big discussion and they made a point to come. So I think along those lines, I'd like to see some adjustment, but I don't want to certainly go to that 7 o'clock adjustment.
And if we adjust it, I think we sort of pay attention, engage it a little bit and see.
The other idea too would be that if we didn't necessarily do that today, but we could have our workshops ahead of time. And then also if we had executive sessions, really make sure that we advertise that we are having an executive session from 4 to 5 and our open.
And that's
season
what we
is
used to do that.
5. So just being very clear that,
Trying to
parents
get to
can come at
possible.
5 o'clock.
That's
and if
what
we're
we
done
did with-
early, we're done early. If
with the
we are not,
students.
we are out
Yeah.
for 5 o'clock.
We
So-
sent a letter saying that we're in a workshop and to arrive, well, we said at 5, but then we were a little nervous that maybe that would be too late. So we, Kiki emailed them all and said 4:30.
Yes, I think if we make
Yeah,
that
we were only a
adjustment,
few
we make
minutes
sure
over.
that we're very clear as to when parents
Yeah.
and students come so that they know, all right, if I can make it by 5, I'm good.
Well, here's the thing. We put the proclamations and awards first on the agenda. That does not, after the public forum. That can be moved to a later time in the agenda. We're not out of here at 5 o'clock anyway. So if we start our meetings at 4 and we do action items and consent agendas and all of those, I mean, action items, some of them, some people are coming in to talk about.
Executive session.
Executive session, we always do first. And that's not true. We have bumped executive session to the end of the meeting for different reasons. But there's a lot of other business that we can do first. If people want to come at 5 o'clock or 5:30 or 6, because typically our meetings are, we've only had a handful of meetings for an hour or so, right, Mr. Arnold out there? But that's very rare. Typically those are summer meetings that are very quick. But I would propose, let's try it at 4 o'clock, move it up a half an hour. We can definitely adjust the agenda. This is not a concrete forum that we have to follow. So we can move proclamations and awards to a later part of the agenda and do other business first.
I'd just like to say that it's not about us around the table. It's about the taxpayers out there
understand that.
and the kids, the parents. Why are we the only school committee in the entire state that has it at 3:30? Why does the town council have their meetings at 7? They don't
Because
have
that's
theirs at
their choice.
3:30. Mr. Hurrow?
Mr. Drew, you wanted to speak? Go ahead.
I'm hearing the same thing. I'm listening to your needs rather than my needs. We elected you to serve us. A lot of these parents probably came here. Maybe some of the fathers couldn't come because they were at work. Ask them how many would have preferred coming later, that they had to take time out of work because you're meeting at this time. It is not convenient for the community, and that's why the town council meets at 6. Why shouldn't they meet at 3:30, at 2:30? They probably could be helpful for them. Maybe some of you even work still. And if you work, then you're working during the day. You taking time out from your students. I don't know how many others have a job, but I just think that the meeting at the earliest 5 o'clock, but I prefer 6, gives a chance for the parents and the kids to eat and come here. The kids are ready to come at 6 as they are ready to come at 3:30. You're making it inconvenient and the parents are going to support their kids. That's why they were here. But a lot of people would have wanted to speak probably at a later time. It's not saying you're going to get a big crowd or a small crowd. It'll be consistent. And if you have an executive session, say you're starting at 5, but if you're going to have a major workshop like you did tonight, have it either on a separate night or a separate afternoon if you want. But don't tell me that you tell me in your rules that I have to sign in to speak prior to the meeting when I don't know your meeting is going to start. I had nothing to do with the workshop, so I came a little bit earlier. But in the newspapers, and that's something that you've got to identify with them, it said the meeting started at 5. There was no item of workshop starting at 3:30 and the meeting is going to start afterwards. Be consistent and help us, the parents. I'm retired, so I can come at 3:30, but my kids aren't. They probably could make a better chance of being here in the evening if it was something that it was important to them. That's all I have to say.
Let me make a suggestion. Parent teachers group. Let's send a survey out to them. Ask them what time they would prefer to have this committee. That's a thought.
Okay, well, for, Mr. Haru, I want to just comment, we advertised, it says a 3:30 PM workshop with school committee meeting immediately following.
I went to
So-
the newspaper. It said 5 o'clock. What's Up Newport said 5 o'clock, school committee meeting.
That wasn't our posting.
But who-
We didn't post that. I have no idea who posted that. But we did not post that. Ours goes on Secretary of State, and that's where the information is. And this is exactly what we posted. Yes, ma'am.
Does work, that was only posted on Monday evening, and so for a parent to try and make the time, we didn't have a lot of special ed families here because they couldn't get out at 3:30. Some of the kids from the elementary school aren't even off the bus yet at 3:30. So I do have to agree, if the agendas are out ahead of time, that could maybe be better, but notification was only made about that meeting Monday evening.
So we're supposed to post our agenda on the Secretary of State website 48 hours in advance. We try our best to do a week in advance. The problem is, once you post an agenda, it's very difficult to change it. So if something changes, we used to post it early, then things changed. There was a lot of crazy things happening, so things changed. And then to correct it, people were showing up saying, "Oh, wait a minute, this was the first agenda I saw," because they never went back and looked at the second.
And that's okay,
So-
but in terms of parents making time out of their schedule, if they're only notified on Monday, that's.
I understand.
That's not helpful.
So we will be more diligent with making sure that the agenda, so if we're doing workshops, those things can be scheduled ahead of time. Some of the other agenda items maybe have to tweak at the very last minute within that 48-hour time window.
Saying is that you can't make it. I mean, if you've got work to do, how can you change it 2 days later? When you have a meeting at work, a lot of people work out of home with audio, they have meetings. My son, my daughter, they have meetings in the afternoon. They're already scheduled weeks ahead. If your meeting is at 6 o'clock, they can accommodate that.
I understand.
can't.
So what I'm saying is that we can adjust our meeting. I'm going to say 4 o'clock for now. We can always discuss this again later. But I understand what other people do. If we move the agenda around and we accommodate the families for it coming in later to do presentations, as when children were little and I had a first grader coming in, you don't want them here at 7 o'clock at night. So there's a very, it depends on the perspective of the parents. I think that we have been doing it this way for a very long time, and this is the first time in ever that I've heard anybody. When we had 7 o'clock meetings, there'd be nobody sitting there. There were 7 o'clock meetings for 10 years. I was sitting over there where you are, Bill, and not one person would show up for a meeting. So
We support
we do it
you,
differently because of that.
Teresa, a little bit, and I don't mind if we have to change it in the future. But what I found is that a lot of the people who come book awards, which I think is excellent. I love the way we do that. At first, I was a little aloof, but I think but what it is, a lot of people like to get home. Want
Kids
to
have
get home
homework.
at 6 o'clock. Now, to me, I said I'd adjust. Doesn't matter.
Our building committee meetings are at 5 o'clock. And I think that's a happy medium to go for, maybe? I don't know. I know.
Town council
Just
gives
town is
awards
at 6 o'clock.
sometimes To the same kids you've given awards.
Only to championship teams, not individuals.
It's 6 o'clock.
Those kids are all high school students typically. So it's a big difference of age group.
Teresa, I think you're missing the point, though. It's not just about the kids' presentations. It's about the parents. And it's not just the parents bringing their kids here. It's about the parents who may not have a kid here for a presentation. It's having them being able to get here after work if they want to be here for the meeting.
I would say, Greg, you could be right, but I'm telling you that I think a lot of the parents like coming earlier to get home for their so they can get on with their evening.
They work.
So
They work. Most of these young kids, they both work.
yeah, a lot of them, if they know their kid is getting an award or something,
But
they'll
it's not,
take off.
he's saying it's not
But
just about the awards. yeah.
I'm not against, I understand what
All
you're
right, let's-
saying.
I propose, I will go till 4:30, but I don't feel that going past 4:30 is appropriate at this point in time until we have some data to prove it. I think stretching it to 4:30 is.
Shall
is
we take
stretching
a
it, but-
secret ballot? We go.
No, I'm gonna say, I say
4:30,
4:30.
4:30.
Well, I say 4 o'clock, but I will compromise at 4:30. But I don't
Should we
support.
Do some research and have maybe.
Who's gonna do that research?
Well, we could do a survey.
Yeah, just a survey
Just,
from
we could do a
parents.
survey to our parents.
Sure. that's something that you're willing
You know,
to
a
do.
Survey Monkey that we put out, very easy to do.
Great
Do we
idea.
Want to make.
We could
any
put it out to
changes
staff.
Until we do that, or do we want to wait until we have a survey back?
I think we should wait.
I would propose that we wait until I don't want to make changes when people know it's 3:30, make one change after we have the desk.
The survey's
is
pretty quick,
my,
isn't it?
Right,
survey's
We can open it and close it.
And then we can
Survey the
review this
We'll
again.
have it
after-
I think one of the
Next meeting.
questions needs to be on that survey of how many of you would attend a school committee meeting
Can write
if
the
we-
questions.
change the time?
What would be your
Like-
preference of a school committee meeting?
I
for
mean,
you
to
to
cha-
attend?
I have to be honest with you. You're correct. I am elected be based on the voters' choice to elect me. I absolutely understand that. We dedicate hours and hours and hours throughout a 12-month calendar year and dedicate our time, our energy, our expertise into what we do. We are absolutely here for the voters. But anytime somebody sends a request in to speak, we make that time no matter what. We don't exclude anybody. We have read emails publicly to ensure that all people are included with any kind of particular emails. I understand the special ed presentation today, but our meeting at 3:30, and I don't know what happened with that posting, but our meeting at 3:30 clearly stated it was a workshop with a meeting following, and it didn't specify it. The agenda had the special education presentation much later. So the special education presentation was not done at 3:30. It was done after we had after the student awards. So it's much later in the meeting. That wasn't done until after 6 o'clock, 6:30. So I just think that maybe we can't put times on the agenda items. I think that would be very restrictive and not reasonable.
But we
because
could put a start time.
But
Like
we
if
could-
if there's a workshop, we could say start time is at blank.
Right.
And if we have to wait 10 minutes, or if we go over, we go over, and that's just what it is.
Right.
But if we wait 10, 15, we don't start the next part. you
Right, I
know?
mean, today when we were done with our, with the work, with the presentation by 4:35, 4:38. I mean, before 4:40, we were doing the student presentations.
No, because you jumped it. Remember, he had to come back
We
and do
moved
the
it.
high school thing?
Right.
Yeah.
But
oh, yeah,
we
yeah.
stopped.
Yep. yep.
He finished 3 more slides. I
Yes.
wasn't gonna stop him in the
Yep.
middle of those slides. That didn't make any
Mhm,
sense.
Right.
But we stopped, we did the student presentations,
Mhm.
and we went with what what the crowd was requesting, essentially. They were all here. So they were told to be here at 4:30. We stopped
Mhm.
and we accommodated our families. We went back to finish, and then we did our special ed presentation, which was on the agenda. I think that this needs to, I'm fine with a survey, but I think we need to plan for the February 16th meeting at 3:30, because we are gonna have a workshop in there again. Right? And we have budget workshops. So when you start understanding that if we start budget workshops at 6 o'clock, we're not getting out of here till 11.
I don't know.
You
that
know, a
you're
lot of
saying
these other
Please
school
understand
districts,
that.
a lot of these other school districts, they meet twice a month. They meet on every other Tuesday
Right.
or every other Wednesday, and one of them's for a workshop and one is for the meeting.
Okay.
And so maybe that's something we need to do, but,
Well,
but having people stand outside in the cold weather waiting for us to finish is just not right.
nobody stood outside for us to finish, Brad.
Yes, they did.
That was
That one day, that was one,
That was,
That was,
the,
that was my first meeting.
that was unfortunate. Yes, that was awful. Never happened.
I understand that. That is the, excuse me,
Never happened.
that is the first and
Yes.
only time,
Yes.
and I'm gonna make that very clear. That was the first and only time that has ever happened in my 20 years of sitting at this table. Yes, it was a mistake. It was a mistake, but we were accommodating a handicap situation.
But you could have just.
Absolutely.
And say, wait upstairs and warm
Can't do that because of security purposes. You can't have people upstairs.
Then
So I apologize. We apologize profusely. We won't let that happen again. It will not happen again. It happened once. We learned from that and the mistake won't happen again. But I can tell you, the only time we do executive session down here is when we absolutely have to meet ADA requirements. So that is what happened. We will not do that again without making it very clear that executive session will be at this time and the meetings will start at this time. That's what we will do.
just get a custodian to let us in. You don't know how long your executive session is going to take.
We typically have a ballpark figure. It depends on the situation. So we do plan ahead of time of what our executive session consists of.
You're really extending it. I like the idea of have your workshops. People want to come, put the time you want, but start your school committee at the time, at a specific time. It could be a little late because of your executive. That happens at the council as well.
No, town council starts their executive session at 6 o'clock and says in their thing, will start their meeting immediately following, and they could be in executive session for 15 minutes, or they could be in executive session for 45 to an hour and 15. They used to start their meetings exactly at 7. This past year, they moved their their executive sessions to 6 with their immediate, exactly the way we phrased it, which is where we got it from. Exactly the phrase that the city council, the Middletown Town Council uses on their agenda. Executive session at 6 p.m. with a regular meeting immediately following. So we're sitting out in the lobby until they're ready, and it could be up to an hour plus.
Say it starts at 6. You said yours started after a meeting. Started at the time, started at 3:30, and say there's a workshop before. The school committee.
We did say that, sir.
Did not start at 3:30. The workshop started at.
It was posted as a workshop with the school committee immediately following. Correct. It was an hour and 7 minutes. It was not an hour and a half, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Haru. We can go back on the video. It was not an hour and a half.
Oh,
I-
but an eye and hour.
Okay.
A lot of people look at the paper, oh, there's a school committee meeting time. Sometimes I go on the website, I can't find your stuff. I look for your addresses.
Okay.
2022.
All right. Sir, Mr. Haru, we have to stop. We can't go back and forth on this. So let us keep our February meeting as scheduled at 3:30. We will do a survey monkey between now and then, and we will come up with a new plan, and we'll table this discussion for now. So no vote will be taking on this. Okay, we still have a long way to go. Resignations. No, we haven't extended the meeting, so you better make a motion to extend the meeting.
I make a motion to extend the meeting.
All in favor? Aye. We should have done that 2.5 hours ago.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. You have to read
I
all
make a
those.
motion that the school committee approve the following resignations for the purpose of retirement effective the last day of the 22-23 school year. James Williams, Guidance Counselor, Middletown High School. Jill Armstrong, Art Teacher, Middletown High School. Jennifer Lamond, L Teacher, Gaudet Learning Academy, and J.H. Gaudet.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Discussion.
Oh, discussion, sorry.
Teachers need to inform me that they're retiring or resigning by February 1st. So we do have a few more that came in, but February 1st is the date. We brought these forward to you now.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Need a recommendation on resignations.
I make a motion the school committee approve the following resignations. J. Michael Martineau, 4-hour teaching assistant, GLA, effective December 22, 2023?
Yes.
2022? What was, we're missing a number.
2022.
2022.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Superintendent reports.
Okay, personnel report. Just to report out, Regan Riley, effective December 7th, was hired as our assistant gymnastic coach at Middletown High School. James Hamilton, girls varsity basketball coach, Middletown High School, effective December 19th. Andrew Alves, night custodian. Allison Belcher, MTSS coach, Aquidneck School. Rachel Krabchek, MTSS coach at Aquidneck School. Hire effective January 3rd, 2023. Patricia Ome, special ed teacher, Middletown High School. Hire effective January 17th, 2023. Kai Ames, night custodian. James Robideau, night custodian. Christina Kempinar, school administrative support personnel at Gaudet School. And Kelly Halligan, 6-hour TA at Gaudet School. You accepted the resignation. Effective March 23rd, Caitlin Scouch, 0.5 special ed teacher from Aquidneck School. Resignation, and you did the retirements already. There are, you see the other two. It's Jill Armstrong, the art teacher at the high school, James Williams, guidance counselor at the high school, Jay Lamont, L teacher at Gaudet School and Gaudet Academy, Mary Guerrera, English teacher at Middletown High School, and Mary Beth Murphy, math teacher at Middletown High School.
Like Mrs. Guerrero.
So I just also want to report that the school committee leadership and town council leadership met to discuss a joint joining the finance department. I don't know if you want to expand on that.
Yes, so
Teresa?
Tammy, myself, and superintendent, legal, Lori from lawyer's office was there, Ben Scrungia was there, town administrator, town council president, town council vice president, and their legal representation, Peter Regan, all met together to discuss the the consolidation of finances. The town administrator was tasked to develop a job description. It was a positive meeting, and we will see when we meet again, what they come up with for, what he comes up with for a job description that would consolidate and be able to coincide and work with both school and town side of our finances, making sure that the school side of UCOA and those different systems are correctly implemented, as well as the town's aspect of it. So,
And the other piece is, I know 4 of you did attend the school committee state orientation.
yes, we went on Saturday, Bill and Wendy and Tammy and I know Greg can video it, so it's nice because it was recorded. Went to this conference up in Warwick. It was very informative. I've gone to one almost every year, and I think every year I learn something new, which is great. Obviously, education evolves, so things change. Great information on the funding formula. Ben and Sean were there. Ben, our attorney, was there, and they did another presentation up there. School Committee 101 type thing for rules and regulations, and that was very good. Even more enhanced than what we had here, which was great. So overall, I thought it was a really good conference.
So I just want to share with you as well, the governor's recommendation for state aid came out. And so we do have some numbers now. When we did the pre-budget conference with our town council, there were just rumors. Middletown is losing $531,451. That's the governor's budget. So that's a cut in our state aid that we're going to have to deal with. It could get better. I guess it could get worse too. So this is what we know
Didn't
now.
he say he was gonna increase the funding?
Yes, but some communities did increase. Many communities did not. It's loss of enrollment.
And-
What
and
about
we-
for the
and we've
ELL?
lost-
So we did get some categorical money for the English language learners, $30,000.
That's it.
We would have lost.
It's not going to give us the 9 teachers that we need.
No. The funding formula change really was $1,287,000.
We
And then
lost.
lost. And then you build back in the homeless categorical, which was 45,000. Temporary enrollment assistance because of the fluctuation, 620,000. High cost special ed, 58,000, and English language learners, 30. So those added up. And we only lost $500,000. So those were put back in. But if we didn't have any of those, it would be $1 million too.
And what is the enrollment number they use? Did they use?
They do a pull.
Because they held the other number, right,
Yep.
before with COVID years?
Yes, they do a pull in October and they'll do a pull in March. So that's why those numbers could fluctuate. It's no more hold harmless.
Yeah, they got rid
I
of that.
described to the town council that funding formula was based on numbers before COVID. And I wish they had phased in the hold harmless instead of just cutting us off at the knees. So, I mean, this is what we know. We can lobby for those other things.
Well, I can tell you at the conference the other day that they had a slide of all the districts that enrollment is down across the entire state. Wasn't it 4,300 students? 4,300 students across,
5,700 students they've lost out of the state.
no, 4,300, 4,300.
They don't know.
They don't know where they are.
they are.
They're just missing, like just out of all districts. So we can't be the only one losing,
No.
so.
So, I mean, when you look at this data, and I'll send it to you. Burrillville, lost state aid, East Providence lost state aid. Lincoln, Little Compton, Middletown, Narragansett, Newport. Nearly everyone lost state aid. North Kingston, North Smithfield, Portsmouth. Portsmouth lost 1 million.
That's right. You don't have to read it.
Yeah, I'll send it to
Yeah.
you.
Probably all enrollment related. All
Yes,
the
they
enrollments
are
went down,
enrollment
so all
related.
the aid went down.
All right,
Curriculum, I know where.
you good?
30 seconds. Beyond the Bell, we're up to about 490 students.
Wow.
44 teachers. So that's working well in all the schools on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Homeless population is around 89 students at this time. And our family homeless liaison did a full report of all the items that she's been working on with those families. That's included in your status update. And then our virtual learning plan in case of an inclement weather day has been fully approved. So we're ready to go if there's a storm.
That's it. I provided you the finance. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Oh, the only things right now that are critical that we're working on is getting impact aid application finished by the 31st. And W-2s, 1099s, all that stuff. Once this payroll was run, now we should be able to get the other things done. So hopefully by Monday.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I have next. So for facilities, next week, we have 2 inspections, one at Gaudet, one at high school, to reproduce this book here for the RIDE submission that's going in. I'm gonna start to look at and review and revise the school recycling project program that we have. It was created 20 years ago. It's outdated. We actually, Rhode Island just passed legislation January 1st that we have to have 0 food waste. So I'm gonna work with our food service vendor on that. Getting leftover food out to the community so we don't have any waste. I was able to work in agreement with Beacon Energy to subsidize our energy costs. So we're gonna be saving 20% of our electrical costs over the next 25 years. It's about $44,000 a year through a solar farm. No cost to us. No, we don't have to install any equipment. It's just, it's something it's for schools and government agencies. And so it's gonna save us a lot of money over the long term. Other than that, just things I'm working on is finishing up my budget. As you know, I've walked into a big mess, so cleaning it up. I don't have a lot of history to work on, so getting the facilities budget's been a lot of work, but I'm getting there. And in terms of personnel, I'm down to only needing to hire 1 more person. I'll be fully staffed.
With going through the buildings again, for the RIDE state inspection, is that expected to help us anyway with,
No, they want a
or is
current,
that just a,
because
that
we have
do
the-
anything
the-
for
this
us?
is the Jenkins report basically from about 5 years ago.
does that help us in any
So-
way?
It just proves that we need new buildings.
It doesn't give us anything more?
No.
Okay.
It's part of their stipulations as to, stage 1 is you gotta tell them what the problems are.
Right.
Stage 2 is you gotta tell them what you're gonna do about it, so
Mhm,
you
right.
can't tell them what you're gonna do without having proof of what you need to do, so.
Okay.
David?
Well, good evening,
the
Madam
closer.
Chair. Well, I guess we are saving the best for last. It's my pleasure to be the grand finale for tonight's long-winded school committee meeting. Out of respect for all of the committee's time, I'm going to retract a lot of my verbal status report update. You guys can read it. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. But I would like to take this time to thank the committee for their vote to approve the 21st Century Technology Fund. This is a major win for the teachers of Middletown. We are going to fund the purchase of 80 interactive whiteboards for our rooms. These are 65-inch 4K touchscreen multi-touch displays to really enhance the quality of our teaching and learning in our classrooms. Combined with this 80, we have already installed this year so far up to 43 whiteboards, which brings us a grand total of 123 whiteboards now with your approval here tonight that we are able to put in the classrooms this year with $0 coming from our general operating budget. So we are beyond thrilled to be able to afford this opportunity for our teachers. And again, I thank you for your vote tonight. We will work with our facilities team to install them in a timely manner and provide the necessary professional development and support services that our teachers will require with this large implementation. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank Poe and the amazing facilities team for their hard work so far in installing all of our boards up to this point, and look forward to the collaboration between our two departments to finish out the rest of the install. Again, that is my status report for this evening. If the committee has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Okay, can I have a motion to receive the superintendent reports?
Make a motion to receive the superintendent reports.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
I make a motion to adjourn from the school committee meeting at 8:15.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Oh my God, stop coughing on me.